order this special meeting of the Town of Los Gatos of June 30th, 2022. If I could start with a roll call, please.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Sayak.
Here.
Councilmember Hudas.
Here.
Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rennie.
And I'm here. Thank you. If we could roll our meeting decorum video, please.
The public is welcome to participate at Town Council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at Town Council meetings. 4. All public comments at the Town Council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
Okay, thank you for the video. So for everybody's information, this is a continuation of our meeting from June 20th. It's also a continuation of a public hearing. So I will continue verbal comment for people that have not yet commented already. Should I read a list of who commented last time? Maybe I should, so they know. So last time we heard from Kathleen Willey, Rob Stump, Sue Ann Lorig, Karen Rubio, Steve Rothenberg, Lynn Williams, Daniel Cooley, John Shepardson, Lee Katana, Barney Davidge, and Catherine Summers. So I will not be taking comments from them. It'll be taking comments from people who have not yet commented. We will start off with staff teeing us up, and then we'll go into, I'll take public comment again after that, and then come back to council for general questions. And I assume we will work through the items in our staff report, of which we gave staff action items, and we'll check in on those and see if we approve them or not. Councilmember Hudas.
Question. I think there was new material provided in our packet tonight that came out 24 hours ago. Is the public permitted to comment on that? I'm thinking about maybe people who have commented already. I don't know whether this is the case or not, but I wanted to ask.
And my recommendation would be, if there is
new material beyond what was considered on the 20th, that people should be allowed to comment on the new material.
Okay, so let's start off with staff teeing us up for this one.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Jennifer Armour, Planning Manager. So as stated, the purpose of tonight's meeting is to continue the Town Council discussion of the draft 2040 General Plan and final Environmental Impact Report, which was started at the special Town Council meeting on June 20th. The General Plan is a planning document that includes a set of goals, policies, and implementation programs to support the town in working toward the vision for 2040. The general plan is not a development project, but it provides a framework for guidance for future growth, services, and resource management. In preparation for the meeting this evening, we have prepared a staff report, an addendum report, and a desk item. In addition to the materials that were previously provided, these documents provide additional information to assist in this evening's discussions. The staff report includes a list of progress motions or consensus that were a result of June 20th meeting, including additional information requested as part of those. Because the Town Council was able to work through all of the chapters of the draft 2040 General Plan, including both the Planning Commission recommendations and several Town Council member recommendations, it's anticipated that this evening's discussion will focus primarily, though not exclusively, on the densities that affect the General Plan residential build-out table and on the Environmental Impact Report. The General Plan residential build-out table calculates a reasonably foreseeable residential development of 3,737 dwelling units based on the densities allowed in the draft 2040 General Plan, an assumed redevelopment level for each of the land use designations. This assumed redevelopment is not 100% for every property in every land use designation, as that's not considered reasonably foreseeable under a general plan like this. Instead, a reasonably foreseeable assumption between 5 and 20% is used. That assumed redevelopment was lower where the planned density was low and higher where the planned density was higher, because the greater the density and the greater the height, the more likely it is more likely to incentivize redevelopment. These calculations were guided by an economist who was part of the general plan consultant team. This economist provided the information regarding redevelopment potential as contained in the alternatives analysis report based on their expertise and familiarity with the historical rates of redevelopment and growth throughout the Bay Area, including Los Gatos and other communities in Santa Clara County, to ensure that the percentages that were used for this 20-year plan were reasonable for that time frame. As has already been discussed by Planning Commission and Town Council, reduced densities in one or more of these designations can be considered. These reductions are still covered by the Environmental Impact Report because their levels would be lower than the levels considered by the EIR for the draft 2040 General Plan and its alternatives. As stated in our written staff report, attachment 26 itemizes additional information, clarification, corrections, and typos for the final EIR. Attachment 26 is a summary of these changes, but the final EIR online has been updated to include all of these modifications, and that is what will be under consideration tonight. In order to ensure clarity on the EIR, if the Town Council certifies the EIR, we would like to recommend a modification to the resolution to include a CEQA finding 15091 verbatim. And that reads, such changes or alterations are within the responsibility and jurisdiction of another public agency and not the agency making the finding. Such changes have been adopted by such other agency or can and should be adopted by such other agency. So as previously discussed, the EIR is a program EIR. It analyzes potential growth based on a reasonably foreseeable assumption for the 20-year time frame. It does not analyze a specific development, and future development projects would need to be reviewed for potential environmental impacts. This concludes staff's presentation, but as usual, we'd be happy to answer questions, and we do have some of the consultant team available as well to provide additional depth if needed.
Okay, well, would council members like to ask questions before I go to the public? Council member Badami.
Thank you. The 3,738 dwelling units being considered as the reasonable and foreseeable build out. Was there any analysis done on the reasonable and foreseeable build out of SB 9?
Thank you, council member. The SB 9 projects, I can start by saying that those are considered exempt from CEQA, and so would not be part of this analysis. But the town attorney may have something more she'd like to add.
It's true that SB 9 projects are exempt from CEQA. It would be interesting to know if there were any assumptions made regarding the number of SB 9 applications that the town has received in the past or anticipates receiving in the future.
And I can add to that point that because the town has not received a significant number of SB 9 projects since those regulations have only been in effect for 6 months, as discussed previously, we don't at this point have enough of a track record to base those projections. For the housing element, we do hope if we get enough of a record to base some assumptions on and justify them for the state that we hope we can include some numbers, but they were not included in the general plan.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes.
Thanks. Just as a follow-up to that, isn't SB 9 is the law, and housing can be built under it, and certainly can over the next 20 years. So isn't staff actually making an assumption that 0 will be built, because 0 are included in the town capacity?
Thank you, council member. I would say that the draft EIR was prepared last summer before SB 9 was law. That, as I said, that SB 9 is exempt from CEQA, so it's not something that would be considered because it is not part of these regulations. That those are not considered in this review. It may be that other staff has more to add to that, but I think that's at least gives a basis for why that was not discussed in this document or this analysis.
And when you're saying this document or analysis, you talking about only the EIR at this point?
SB 9 was not discussed or analyzed in the draft 2040 general plan or in the environmental documents prepared for the draft 2040 general plan.
I guess my question was more about the maximum, I'm sorry, not the maximum, the total capacity that's being represented in the draft, in the general plan.
Yes, and
isn't the number 0 actually?
The capacity analyzed included in table 3.1 general plan residential build out was based on the modified densities that are proposed in the draft general plan. And that is the table that was used as a basis for the reasonable assumptions in the EIR. So all of that was prepared and analyzed before SB 9 was law. And so it is not part of this analysis.
Okay, well, I guess two follow-ups real quick. One is we're adopting something now, so it seems like that would need to be addressed because that is the law now. Wouldn't that be the case? And then secondly, has staff looked at the California Department of Housing and Community Development fact sheet that has 4 criteria for how to include SB 9 projections? And history is not one of those. There are actually 4 And has staff evaluated that fact sheet and come to maybe a different conclusion than other communities have? Campbell, for instance, is evaluating 50% of their ADU production over 20 years, but we're saying 0 over 20 years. So have we looked at those criteria in reaching the conclusion that we should not include SB 9 in our general plan?
So I think there are a couple of different topics that you're covering in this discussion, Councilmember Hudas. One is the analysis in the housing element, and that the assumptions in the housing element, the policies that are contained in that chapter are continuing to be considered and discussed. We actually will have additional discussion next week with the Housing Element Advisory Board to continue working through those policies. And we do continue to look at the guidance from the state. The basis for our current the fact that we're currently not including those in that calculation is that we do need to provide justification for those numbers of housing units. I think we will be happy to take a look at what other communities are doing, like Campbell, and include that in future discussions with the Housing Element Advisory Board. But back to the general plan, those are at this point overlapping analysis, but it's not something that is a component of this environmental impact report, since it is not a result of this general plan. I'll invite Community Development Director Paulson if you've got anything to add.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. Thank you, Council Member. I think Ms. Armour covered most of it. I think I've mentioned before that we are continuing to evaluate how we can include SB 9 units in the housing element. I won't elaborate on any of Ms. Armour's comments related to the general plan and the EIR, given the timing of that law going into place. But we will ultimately be looking at that through the housing element to come up with whatever justification we can to include as many units as we can over that time frame to be accommodated in the housing element cycle.
Thank you.
If I could just follow up a little bit on that, beat on this horse a little bit. It seems to me SB 9 is included in our general plan and our EIR analysis, because SB 9 seems very similar to the proposed upzoning. SB 9 basically just says you can divide your lot and add another unit to it, which is the same thing as upzoning. The only difference is SB 9 says it's a ministerial review and it can happen easier and faster, basically. But in terms of number of extra units that might occur, I don't really see the difference between the upzone proposal and SB 9. Am I missing something?
Thank you, Mayor.
I'll start.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then if Ms. Armour or anyone else has any additional comments, I think inherently there may be some overlap. For instance, the progress motion does not increase the low density residential at the last meeting. We still have the opportunity to get SB 9 units, but to Councilmember Hudas's point, we did not explicitly look at SB 9 because when this draft EIR and this draft 2040 general plan were released, that law was not in effect.
But if I could circle back, so what I'm really implying is we're claiming our EIR covers the upzoning. If we've removed the upzoning, it's still going to cover SB 9 units because they're really the same thing.
Thank you. I think that could be possible, but I don't think it's that direct of a line. And as Ms. Armour mentioned before, I think where you're going with that is that theoretically the EIR has looked at a higher number. If we don't increase the density in one or more of the low or medium density designations, then we have some capacity in there from an EIR perspective. And I think what you're getting at, I think the flip side is, Ms. Armour mentioned, is SB 9 is not subject to CEQA anyway. But I think if I'm understanding your point, I think that's what you're trying to get across.
Yes. Councilmember Hudis, your hand's still up? Did you have anything further? No?
Actually, I did.
Okay, go ahead.
It relates to the relationship of SB9 and upzoning. And this is really, I'm not trying to make a point on this. I'm just trying to understand it. Is there a possibility of upzoning leading to density stacking? In other words, if let's say we upzoned LDR to 10 dwelling units per acre, does SB9 then apply? So let's say a typical 8,000 square foot lot, could that be upzoned and then subdivided into two 4,000 square foot lots at 10 dwelling units per acre? And then could SB9 apply to each of those 4,000 square foot lots? So is it possible that there would be density stacking of upzoning plus SB9?
Thank you, council member. I'm going to start. I want to be a little careful about some of the terms and language that we're using, since we are talking about land use designations at this point, not zoning. So upzoning, increasing density of the land use designation, I think, is what you were discussing. And what I would say is that it is conceivable, if you had a lot that was large enough to have more than 1 or 2 units on it, that that could be built and then subdivided through SB9. But that really does depend on having a parcel that's large enough and a density in that area that is high enough to actually allow those multiple units. And so it is going to depend somewhat on where you end up deciding to have those densities. But I think it is unlikely to be a common occurrence, because it would require a parcel of a significant size and enough space to then be subdivided. And those new parcels then are limited on how many units could be allowed, if it's not already taking up the full space. And it looks like Director Paulson has something to add as well, additional clarification.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Armour. Councilmember Hudis, your example of an 8,000 square foot lot, for instance, at 10 dwelling units per acre is 1.84 units for that entire lot. So let's say 2. So you theoretically could have 2, and then if they only use half the lot, yes, they could theoretically come in and do SB9, which could get them up to another 2. So on that new lot. So that is a possibility, but as Ms. Armour mentioned, it's really not until you get into significantly larger lots where that might be a possibility. But we appreciate the question, and I think there's lots of nuances to it, but I think it really is ultimately going to be based on larger lots, just because of the base density, even at 10 dwelling units per acre. I think you get up to a 15,000+ square foot lot, then you might end up with potentially 4 units on the existing lot, and then someone could do SB9 and then get 2 additional units potentially through that process.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
So at this time, I will open up public testimony. So again, if you spoke last time, if you want to speak again, please limit your comments to any new information. If you did not speak last time, feel free to comment on anything in the general plan or the EIR. Let me start with Rob Moore.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, good evening.
Great, thank you. My name is Rob Moore. I'm involved in many different ways in town, but tonight I'm speaking strictly in a personal capacity. Since we have had a draft general plan, I have been coming to these meetings and speaking in support of this forward-thinking document. Thousands of hours of thoughtful consideration have gone into the draft 2040 general plan, and that becomes evident when you read through the document. This plan is a holistic, thorough, inclusive, and reasonable roadmap for where Los Gatos should be heading over the next 20 years. Having been created by and then reviewed by various citizen commissions, and these commissions having taken in hundreds of public comments, when I read this document, I really feel and see Los Gatos. I see the letters written in from older folks concerned about being able to continue to live in Los Gatos as housing becomes increasingly unaffordable. And I see the public comments from Los Gatos high school students concerned about the future of our environment. I see the sentiments of people of color in town being incorporated into language in the racial, social, and environmental justice element. And I see the perspectives of all of us who want to be able to walk and bike through this town in the mobility element. Because of this, I'm especially glad to see the supplemental content from the staff report. But overall, I love this town, and I feel that this general plan will only make our community more beautiful. I'm very excited to see this document moving forward, and I urge you all to vote for its passage. Good luck tonight, and I hope you all have a lovely holiday weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Not seeing any hands, no questions for you. So again, thank you for speaking. Next up, Jeffrey Suzuki.
Good evening, Town Council members. I'm Jeff Suzuki. I'm the president of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. First, I believe that the racial, social, and environmental justice element has fairly robust and progressive language that moves in the right direction for the town of Los Gatos. It truly does deserve praise, and especially the revisions that I've seen in the latest agenda. Additionally, we agree with staff recommendations on maintaining the current number of housing units planned for development. Please do not downsize the number of units. If we care about socioeconomic and racial diversity in town, we have to make it economically possible for people from marginalized communities to live here. We need affordable housing. The town of Los Gatos rhetorically upholds diversity and inclusion as keystone values. However, there cannot be true racial or economic diversity unless a substantial proportion of its housing is affordable. That's a fact. As a result, we cannot cling on to the past, hoping that this housing crisis will subside with Los Gatos untouched. Like many other towns and cities, Los Gatos had white-only covenants for the purchase and sale of property. And even after the Fair Housing Act of 1968, we are still living through its legacy. Black people back then were denied participation in the capital gains of this housing and its so-called American dream. And today, they still are. In 2020, Los Gatos High School, out of a population of around 2,000, only had 6 Black students. This is not Los Gatos in some abstract black and white photo in the past. This is Los Gatos now. We cannot cling onto this past. We can't just talk about how we care about people of color. We have to walk the walk on diversity and inclusion. Please do not downsize the number of units. I think that the general plan is fairly progressive in this regard. And as a final note, regarding this town's small town character, it is not something that I believe should be included in the general plan in its language. As a former planning commissioner, I can see the specific line being used by future planning commissioners to justify not continuing and expanding town participation in planning processes in neighborhood jurisdictions, Santa Clara County, and regional agencies and organizations to develop innovative, effective, and coordinated land use, transportation, hillside development plans, and standards. The last thing that we need to do is codify our preservation sentiment into a legal document lasting 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking, Mr. Suzuki. I don't see any hands, so we'll go on to Ali Miano.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for taking my comment. I speak to you both as a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition and the Town Complete Streets and Transportation Commission to urge you to accept the current proposed 2040 general plan. As a resident of Los Gatos since 1965, over the years, I've seen many changes for the worse in our town. The general plan seeks to make change for the better by addressing affordable housing, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and supporting non-driving modes of transportation, including public transportation. Some who speak tonight may say that in order to maintain Los Gatos' quote unquote charm, we need to maintain its current state as a gentrified protectorate of the wealthy. But I remember the Los Gatos of the 60s when there was affordable housing for a much larger swath of the social spectrum. I had friends whose parents were single moms, teachers, and police officers who lived in town. Adhering to the proposed general plan could help bring back some of that Los Gatos. When the Silicon Valley boom of the 80s blew the roof off housing prices, what began as loving restoration of old Victorians and craftsman homes has today given way to overdevelopment, not to make room for newcomers, the poor or unhoused, but to create single-family mega homes for the uber rich. Indeed, the wealthiest Los Gatans control this town so that our sidewalks are now even dangerously blocked daily, literally sending pedestrians, grandmothers, and baby strollers into middle of the street with no traffic control or flaggers to protect them. And when this construction is done, a charming bungalow will have been destroyed so that a family of 4 can enjoy a sprawling 5-bedroom house to be sold for a killing in a year or two, while our homeless residents sleep by the freeway or in any of the once thriving, now vacant former museums. It's time we reverse the post-World War II recipe of gentrified suburbia with no public transportation or other services that might, oh my, attract the poor and working class to our fair town. The reason for this is twofold. First, it's the right and democratic thing to do. But second, for the self-interested among us, consider this. When we put a stranglehold on public transportation, affordable housing, and diversity, equity, and inclusion, then we, the current residents of Los Gatos, also suffer. We suffer with previously unimaginable traffic and air pollution, in part because the folks who mow our lawns, clean and maintain our homes, serve our meals in restaurants, etc., are forced to drive here from as far as 2 and 3 hours away. And in our schools, youth with no exposure to diversity think it's cool to deface the landmark that is Los Gatos High School or the JCC with swastikas and racist, sexist, and homophobic graffiti, or to physically or verbally assault members of the AAPI community on numerous occasions. We should instead want our town to work for everyone, rich and poor, Black, Brown, Indigenous, AAPI, and white, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miano. I don't see any hands, so thank you again for speaking. Next up, Jeremy Barnes.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. My name is Jeremy Barnes. I prefer they, them pronouns. I grew up in the town of Los Gatos, and I'm speaking as a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, and I'm commenting to ask that the number of affordable housing units allocated in the general plan not be lowered. The only way that I was able to return to Los Gatos after graduating college was because I could move in with my parents. I know that many of my peers are in similar situations. And I think this is a problem for a number of reasons. Obviously, if you are coming out of undergrad or something, you sacrifice a lot of your independence and a lot of your burgeoning adulthood if you just move back in with your parents. And it's definitely really important, I think, for people to be able to come back to their home, and not have to make all those same sacrifices. Also, obviously, some people come back to home and they have a less advantageous home situation, right? So that really punishes certain populations as well. I also believe that generational continuity makes us a tighter knit community. There's all these stories from Los Gatos High School of teachers who taught, the kids' parents, right? Generations on. And I think that really adds a lot of character and community to our town, and losing that would be a shame. And then the final thing I want to say is that I know that many people move to Los Gatos. They love Los Gatos because it is a great place to raise children, right? We have these amazing, amazing schools. And when I was in Los Gatos High School, it was a really, really fantastic experience for me as a young person. But when I went to college, I found that it was a very difficult experience leaving sort of, the bubble or whatever that Los Gatos is. And it really would have benefited me to grow up with greater socioeconomic diversity, which, the allocation of affordable housing units will grant. And I really do believe that we are doing a disservice to our young people in this town if we continue to limit that socioeconomic diversity, because they will leave Los Gatos at some point in their lives, as you know, hopefully they should, right? Experience the world, and it will be very difficult for them. I mean, maybe not all of them, but that was certainly my experience. I know that others of my peers have had that same experience. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. I don't see any hands. So next up is Quinn Morgan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Quinn Morgan. I'm 23 years old and I grew up here in Los Gatos. A consistent truth throughout my life is that groups of diverse people produce better results. The diversity of thought breeds innovation, and that innovation breeds prosperity. I believe that supporting a plethora of affordable housing options will bring much needed diversity to Los Gatos. Additionally, the kids in my generation will not be able to settle down in the area that they grew up. I'm a strong proponent of going out to see the world, but returning to one's home should always be an option. In Los Gatos, due to housing affordability, this is sadly only an option for the exceedingly lucky. Therefore, lowering the number of affordable housing units represents a clear economic and social loss. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. I don't see any hands. Next up, Leonie Pennington.
Hello, I'm going to make myself very brief because I just had a wonderful dinner and I'm a little, anyway, thank you, Town Council, for all your wonderful service. It's so great to see you and to hear you, and thank you everybody for your comments. My main concern for anything long-term and for the general plan is, as I've said before, the traffic that goes on 17. We're a beautiful city, but we are not the normal city. We have a thoroughfare in the name of Highway 17 that goes through our town, and this affects our whole town. This is not going to get better, it's going to get worse. With that said, I definitely agree with the affordable housing needs to happen. And I love the idea of the shopping centers with going up and having the housing above, and some of the one-story shopping centers. I think it's terrific. But I think everything that has to be planned, you know, it has to keep in mind Highway 17 and of course the water shortage. So I guess I would vote for the lowering of the amount of housing that's necessary because of the unusual circumstances that Los Gatos faces with Highway 17 and with the general reality of the drought, which may be with us for a long time. There was one other thing I wanted to say. As far as diversity, I respect everybody and what they said, but where I live in Los Gatos, off of Pollard Road, our neighborhood is extremely diverse. It's beautiful. We're international. We have many Indian families. We have a few Asian families, but we are very, very diverse. I don't see any problem with diversity in my neighborhood. It's fantastic. So anyway, thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Pennington. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you for speaking. Next up is Kinsey.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. My name is Kinsey Lee, and I'm a resident of Montessorino, former resident of Los Gatos. On behalf of the Los Gatos Anti-Racist Coalition, I would like to voice my support for the draft 2040 general plan and the current proposed number of housing units. I've lived in this area since kindergarten, and I'm thankful for the extensive academic opportunities that this town has provided for me. I got into the small private liberal arts college that I always wanted. I found a job in flow cytometry, my field of interest. But I have to acknowledge, and I believe many other residents need to acknowledge, that the privileges afforded to me as a resident of this area were built on the exclusion of others. I had a phenomenal honors English teacher that walked us through A Raisin in the Sun at LGHS. I believe that class contributed to my success in writing competitions in college. But I didn't learn that a person of color wasn't able to buy a house here in LG until the Fair Housing Act, until I left this community for a number of years. I'm grateful for this neighborhood and the person it has enabled me to become, and I want it to grow from its past and into an equitable future. One of the most concrete ways that I see to progress from our segregated origins is to generate more housing and to increase access to Los Gatos for marginalized communities per the proposed general plan. I believe this draft outlines a sustainable system of market rate and affordable housing development that could benefit everyone. There's a way to welcome more people into our community without sacrificing the current residents' quality of life. For diversity can only be a step in the right direction. Please do not lower the number of housing units in the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenzie. Would anybody else wish to speak to us before I close public comment? John Shepherdson, please limit your comments to the new material. Thank you. Go ahead, John, there you go, unmuted.
Thank you. I think most would agree with the concept of diversity and inclusion. I think most would agree with the concept of minimizing adverse traffic impacts. I think most would agree still with retaining the concept of a small town feel or character. And I don't see that as mutually exclusive with inclusivity and diversity. What I think that I want to express is different than perhaps the Albright project or different than the North 40. This, as I understand it, this general plan could have larger implications than any one particular development project. And so my concern, because I've looked through some of the information and I see things like there could be some kind of huge expansion in the development in the town. And frankly, I'm not sure what is right. I would just advocate that whatever number we agree upon, that we get it right. Because if this, whatever that number is, it could have large, long-term implications beyond one particular project. And I think it was with the North 40, maybe we made a mistake there, and and the developer had a loophole. And so whatever the number is, I would just encourage that we get it right, so we have a reasonable expectation about what's coming down the road, and that it's not a big surprise or it's not a big shock. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. I don't see any hands. Would anybody else wish to speak to us before we close public comment? Jack Van Ada.
Thank you. You can hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Great. The problem I have as a so-called privileged white person is that I'm not sure that a lot of people take into account what the racial diversity of the town really is. My neighbor behind me is Vietnamese. My neighbor beside me is Indian. My neighbor diagonally from me is Indian. My neighbor 2 doors down from her is Pakistani. My neighbor, another neighbor behind me is right now in the spotlight, and she is listed as an icon in the struggle for LGBTQ. I have Black in-laws. I have Mexican in-laws. I have Chinese in-laws. I have 4 kids that are mixed race, Black and white. I have kids that are mixed race, Mexican and Chinese. I will agree with, I think it was Mr. Suzuki that said there's only, I think he said 6 Black kids in the Los Gatos High School, and that's not good. I agree with that as a problem. I would like to see more racial diversity. Hopefully you can understand, listening to me, I've done my part to racially diversify our family. But I take offense at people thinking that we are trying to keep people out of here. The people that are my neighbors, I consider to be very good friends. I'm in communication with them all the time. So that's an issue. I just wanted to say that the other concern I have is the people that want to expand the development of Los Gatos. The RHNA numbers are over 300% larger than our last RHNA numbers that we had. I don't see taking us to a 14,600 number of houses here, upzoning the whole town, or 12,025 as the Planning Commission took us to. I believe that we should stay at the 1993. Again, it's 300% larger than our last RHNA. If we get there, then we can upzone it, and we can think about it, and we can plan about it. But to do this splattered planning of just upzoning the whole town is ludicrous in my mind. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Van Natta. I don't see any hands. So again, thank you for speaking. Would anybody else like to speak before I close public comment? All right, I think we've given the hesitant enough time. Let's close public comment and come back to council. Councilmember Hudes, so my plan is to work through the staff report, items 1 through whatever it is. Some of them we did are just summaries of what we did last time, and some of them are changes that we need to approve. So let's start with general questions, and then we'll go to work on that. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I have a sense that tonight we're going to cover some of the zoning or some of the density options. And so I had some fundamental questions about the assumptions that were used. And Ms. Armour touched on that in her introduction. So I wanted to get a better understanding. And so and this has appeared in every version, but in the most recent, it's on page 6, and it talks about assumed redevelopment. And I wanted to understand what is the basis for these assumptions, and let's just take them one at a time. So low density residential, 5% assumed redevelopment. My question is, how did we get to that number? Has that been the history in Los Gatos? It does strike me as a bit of an anomaly that from being on the Planning Commission, I saw many new housing redevelopment. We're projecting 13 over 20 years. That's less than 1 per year. So my question is, what's the basis? What studies have been done to arrive at that assumption of 5%?
Thank you, Councilmember. I can start by clarifying that this is going to be where there's an increase in additional housing. So that 5% does not reflect the number of applications that the Planning Commission may see, because in most cases that's an existing house being removed and replaced by a single house. So it's no increase in density there. And so this is based more on where there is redevelopment that results in additional housing units.
I'm very well aware of that, but I'm really asking, where does that 5% come from? You referenced an economist. Is that person available that I might ask them directly?
So this is the same professional who provided the background information for the financial discussion that you had a few months ago. The same professional. We do have some of the Mintier Harnish consultants available, but it really is based on experience and standard redevelopment levels and expected levels based on other communities in the town. It's not something that was based on specific calculations, but making sure that the assumptions that were being made, that we're targeting to try and develop a plan that would accommodate the anticipated RENA, that those were reasonable assumptions. In all of this, we aren't controlling development because we aren't actually proposing development, but it is making reasonable assumptions based, yes, some on past development numbers, but also on other agencies in the area and what kinds of developments, because we are making changes.
So if I might follow up, why do we think it's 5% and not 7% or 10% or 15% or 30%? What is the basis for the 5%?
Well, thank you, Councilmember. I can start by saying that that these calculations, when we have a specific development project, when we're dealing with a project environmental review, for example, we can get very specific because we know exactly what is proposed. When we're dealing with something like this, that's a program level, it's a 20-year plan, then these are assumed redevelopments. They are estimates. And so our professionals, based on their expertise, did put in what they deemed, and we agree as professional staff, are reasonable assumptions and reasonable expectations. It does look like Director Paulson may have something to add.
Thank you, Councilmember Ms. Armour. I would just like to see if either Mr. Gibbons or Mr. Harnish would like to add any additional information on this topic.
No, go ahead, Jim.
Actually, Brent can respond first, and I'll add to his response since he's been more involved in the details of the development of the plan.
Right. What Ms. Armour had touched on is the anticipated growth due to RENA is, as was mentioned, is 300% higher and has never been seen in Los Gatos before. So pointing back to historical trends in Los Gatos has had some pretty low growth over the last 20 years. So as part of this, we worked with our economists to look at the Bay Area regionally and Santa Clara County to see redevelopment of similar types of projects, similar types of typologies, and what was feasible and what we're seeing in other surrounding jurisdictions. The 5% has come into play for the LDR, mainly because the fact that LDR is an established designation with homes, the turnover rate for those homes is quite low, the vacancy rate. And so the 5% was a reasonable assumption that was passed through the economist and through the town. The larger projects that you're seeing that have the higher percentage is because the market right now is favoring higher density projects, especially conversions of units that allow more compact development. So as part of that, the more dense the project, the higher the density, the more likely that the project will pencil and the more feasible it is. And so the redevelopment percentages increase as the type of projects and density increase from there.
And I would just, thanks, Brent. I agree with that. And I would just add that this is typical for any general plan project to do when we're trying to estimate likely build out over a period. And it's based on our economist drove this, Doug Svensson, and it's based on his experience, plus, as Brent mentioned, looking at redevelopment in the region. It's a estimate, not a prediction. So it's an effort to provide a starting point to do an analysis, but it's not, none of these estimates are precise, and there's opportunities to adapt later on if the town determines that the growth projections are, or the actual growth is occurring at a notably different rate than what the estimate was based on, then there can always be some adjustments to the plan. But this is a starting point that's typical for the way we do build out calculations for any of our general plan projects.
So two more questions on this, if I may. Is there any supporting data for these percentages?
If you're asking if we did a specific analysis and prepared a report for this, no, it was based on the consultant's judgment and their experience as we essentially developed the initial estimate.
Okay, and then the second question is, was this based on historical and other data, or was it based on demand? Because I got a little bit two different answers. And so, in other words, do the percent redevelopment figures, are they driving the growth, or is the growth driving the percentages?
No, it's based on an assessment of current trends. And as Brent mentioned, the trends change over time. So it is a moving target. Demand for different kinds of development, residential development, change over time. We're seeing that change right now. You'd mentioned SB9 before, there are ADUs. So there's a lot of different factors that go into making an educated judgment about what the likely change will occur over the next few years.
I've just prompted one other follow-up. Is SB9 reflected in these assumed redevelopment percentages or in the total numbers here?
No, it isn't. And it's, as Jennifer noted earlier, the SB9 law post-dated the work that we did on this. It's my judgment as a planner that it's going to have very little effect in built-out communities like Los Gatos, just given the lot size and the value of the houses. But we don't know yet. I know HCD has provided some guidance, but they have very little experience themselves. We have not seen any specific research from housing research organizations like we have for projecting ADU development. So it's too new to do that. But in my opinion, most of the built out areas in the Bay Area are going to experience relatively little change based on that. It'll be more likely in areas that are more suburban and semi-rural that have larger lots that when they're divided in two, will still have lots that the existing homeowner will still have a large enough lot to enjoy their development. Many of the lots of 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 square feet that you find in Los Gatos and other areas of the Bay Area, you would essentially have to divide off your backyard and build a second house on it. And it's just simply not practical, in my opinion, as a planner.
And I do want to point out as well that the SB9 law has only been in effect for the last 6 months. The alternatives process on the general plan started in 2019. The public review draft general plan was released over a year ago. So the law was not even in place and was not analyzed since it was not public. And it was still in conceptual draft.
Thank you.
Well, I should actually, may I add one more comment, council member? There's a research organization at Berkeley that did do some research on SB9, and I think they calculated that it's likely that only 5% of the single family developments throughout California are likely to experience subdivisions under SB9. That's a Turner Center.
Yeah, since you raised the Turner report, I wanted to just follow up. Are you aware that they asserted that SB9 development would not be allowed in very high fire hazard zones?
I didn't read that part. It's a fairly long report, so I did not pick up that.
It proved to be incorrect.
Okay, so I guess we're moving on to Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So goal LU 1-3 on page 3.6 in the draft plan addresses housing adaptation. And I'll read it. It says, encourage the adaptation of existing residential units to support multifamily use. Is it likely that by encouraging redevelopment to multifamily, that it could change the assumed percentages and potential impacts?
And I'll remind you, we did eliminate that last time. We had a motion to eliminate LU 1.3, I believe. Is that correct, staff? Or was I imagining it?
I believe that was correct. There were two policies that were discussed, and there was a progress motion on that one. I'm scrolling to see which of the items it was that was included. But yeah, item 18 in your staff report for this evening's meeting was that in the land use element, the policy or the motion was to delete policy LU-1.3.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Did you still want to ask the question, Councilmember Badami, or not as relevant now?
It's not relevant now.
Okay. So if there, Councilmember Hudes, go ahead.
I had a few questions that are kind of on the some of the various uses that have ended up in the table, and so I thought it would be helpful to clarify those before starting to make some trade-offs. So I guess the first that I'm trying to understand is how the in-process 475 units are being treated. In the staff report, there are a number of times it's stated that we should count only 75 of those, yet 475 remains in the table. And so also in the staff report to council just a couple of weeks ago, it was represented that there are 202 that are in process. So could you help? Is it 475 or 75 or 202 that we should be considering as part of the maximum capacity? I'm not saying the maximum, the total capacity in this general plan.
Thank you, council member. Yes, with different numbers out there, it is good to have clarification. So the 475 that's listed as existing projects or pipeline projects, that is what was developed during the initial background report work that was the basis for moving forward. And so that was a point in time. And so then based on that point in time and when we would get to the new housing element, it was estimated that 400 of those 475 would actually already have their building permits by the time we get to the next housing element. And so that's why in some cases we have pulled out 400 of the 475 because we wanted to make sure that there was clarification as to what portion of this table 3-1 might be included in the next housing cycle and the RHNA allocation of 1,993. The numbers that you are referencing in terms of the housing element report, that again was at a different point in time. So a smaller percentage of that number are being listed as already or expected to be completed before the next housing element because it is a different point in time. So that's why there is appears to be some different scale numbers.
What is the point in time of this document when it's adopted? What is the point in time and how does that relate to the number that we should be using? 475 or 75 or 202, which is I think the most recent backlog report.
So the background report was developing information and calculating basic numbers to be used for a 20-year plan.
No, excuse me, I meant, sorry. I misspoke. It wasn't backlog, I meant pipeline. There was 202 in the pipeline. which is, I think, the most current number. What is the effective date of this plan? And based on that, which number corresponds?
Based on when the analysis and the estimates were completed for this document, the 475 is the appropriate number. However, if you are looking to see what portion of these could potentially be counted towards the housing element, it's not going to be the entire number. And many of those projects have already received their building permits, which is why the number that you are seeing in the housing element estimates is a lower number, is that 200. Is the reason why that's shifted, because over the last 2 years, many of those building permits have already been issued. But it is still appropriate for this document because of when it was prepared for it to list the numbers as presented.
So should we be using 475 consistently when we're looking at evaluating the total capacity in this document? Because I've seen in some places 400 of those subtracted out. We have
Thank you, council member. So I'll try to clarify, and you see it in the tables that are in the staff report, and then ultimately the addendum, where you've got housing units new and redeveloped. It's kind of the first bold number in that bottom section. Then you've got a total new through 2040, which includes all 500 of the ADUs, which we know that only 200 of those are going to be able to be used in the next cycle. And then you have 475 for the pipeline pending projects, which gives you the total new. So that includes all 500 of the ADUs and all 475 of the pipeline projects. Below that is, Ms. Armour mentioned, is the total when you subtract, again, 400 of the pipeline projects and 300 of the ADUs that will not be available in the next cycle. I know we had a conversation at the last meeting. We tried to provide some additional tables that kind of showed how far down we could actually get by basically bringing all but the mixed use and the high density to their existing general plan designations. So that gets you to that second table, which is a total, again, with all of the 475 of pipeline and all 500 ADUs to 2434 in the table provided in the addendum. Typically, point in time, is a term of art also. From an environmental impact report perspective, typically that's the notice of preparation that sets that point in time. We've got different points in time for different data, as Ms. Armour mentioned, whether it's the background report or the alternatives report. And so ultimately, we're carrying that information forward. And that's why we've tried to maintain in the general plan information that 475 and that 500. The 202, as was mentioned, that's going to be part of the 6th cycle housing element, and that will fluctuate up and down depending on if projects on that list get issued building permits or additional projects come in, then they will get added to that list as pending projects. And then we will be, again, I think I mentioned at a previous meeting, splitting those up because the state has kind of redefined the pending pipeline projects. So we'll have probably at least 3 buckets of those, which would be planning applications that are pending, planning applications that may be approved, but they haven't been issued building permits. And then we also anticipate having an SB9 bucket as well.
Didn't think this one would take so long, but I do have a few others on some numbers.
If I could ask a question in there, I don't think I heard the answer before you continue, Mr. Hudis. Of the 475, we're calling 75 of them. We're eliminating the 400, saying they already had permits, I think is what Ms. Armour said. So that implies that 75 aren't going to get permits until the next housing element, and we'll be able to count it in the next housing element, in which case we shouldn't be eliminating 75.
Thank you, Mayor. That is correct, that the 75 would still be included and moved forward in terms of the estimates for the housing element. I'll also add that in the latest tables that we've prepared, we did add that additional line at the bottom of the table that subtracts out the 400 as well as the 300 ADUs. In a normal general plan update process, we wouldn't have that line. That analysis might be part of the housing element, but it wouldn't have been part of this. This really is adding a component to this discussion because of the overlap between the housing element and the general plan.
And so if I could follow up then a little bit, the second table on page 8 of 10, it mentions the 475 as existing projects and totals, and it says new through 2040, 2319, total through the housing element cycle on 2031, it says 1619. Does the 1619 include that the 75 that we think is going to roll into that housing element cycle?
Yes.
So it is included in the 619. Okay, thank you. Mr. Hudis, if you could please continue.
Sure. I wanted to move on to office, and in the staff report from the previous meeting, I wasn't clear on it. There were 114 units. About whether they should be counted in our total capacity. The explanation was that because of SB 330, we might not be able to remove them, but that doesn't explain why we wouldn't count them. So shouldn't those 114 be counted as capacity?
Thank you, council member. In terms of including them in the general plan residential build out table, if the council wishes to include those in the final version of that table, you could.
Okay.
So does that imply that the office is not included in what's proposed?
Thank you, Mayor. So if you look at all the tables moving forward, because the Planning Commission actually wanted us, or part of their recommendation was to remove both the service commercial, which is not included any longer, and the office. After further review and further conversations about SB 330, because we do allow residential in the office zone currently through a conditional use permit, we thought we wouldn't be able to go back below what the maximum was, which is 20 dwelling units per acre, which equates to the 114 units Councilmember Hudis was referencing. So any of these tables, we can definitely add that line back in. It would be a delta of 114 increase for the housing units new and redeveloped, the total new through 2040, and then it would also add to the total through for the housing element. And just for conversation, on page 3 of 5, we've kind of provided the going back as far as staff, provided information on, which is reducing everything back to current general plan densities, with the exception of mixed use, which would go from 30 to 40 down to 30 to 35, and then high density residential from 30 to 40 down to 30 to 35 as well, which in the table shows a total new through 2040 of 2434. Add those additional 114 units, you have a total of 2,548 units. And just for a little background on why we don't suggest those two designations go any lower, our new default density is 30 dwelling units per acre. So most of our units on our site inventory are in that mixed use designation. And so that allows us to account for the potential of affordable housing because we are at that default density. But again, I think we tried to provide as many options as we could, especially since the conversation at the last meeting with Councilmember Hudis and others of, how far down can we get to the 2292? So again, this is that from staff's perspective is kind of the lowest that is feasible from our perspective, absent looking at other options in the housing element to modify things in the future.
I think I'm still confused. So the 114 is not, or the office is not in the table on 6 of 10 in the staff report.
It's not on any of the tables. That's correct, Mayor. It's not on any of the tables.
And do we need a motion to remove office because it was in the general plan? Somewhere we need a motion to remove office because I think I heard you say the planning commission recommendation was to remove office, so you didn't put it in the table, but we haven't accepted that recommendation anywhere.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I'll try to clarify that a little further. So correct. Office is not in any of these tables. The planning commission did recommend removing office. After they made that recommendation, staff, after again, re-looking at the zoning code, found that office actually allows residential through a conditional use permit. So we can't go below, as Town Attorney Whelan mentioned, the 2018, which currently is a maximum of 20. That is not in this table. We can add that back into this table, which equates to 114 units, where we get the addition that we were just discussing.
Got it. I think I understand now. Councilmember Sayak, you had your hand up. Did you want me to go to Mr. Hudis first?
No, I mean, my question was on that, but if I understand correctly, then it's not in the current table, but it's inherently built in because that's already part of our CUP process. Is that correct?
Will need to be built in and allowed, given that it's in our current CUP process up to a maximum of 20 dwelling units per acre.
Okay,
correct. So we would need to be adding, to Councilmember Hughes' point, again, 114 units to these numbers.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
Thanks. I wanted to move on to Hillside Residential. We had a brief discussion about that, I think, and I believe there was something in the staff report in it. I believe there was a number 166. I think it was revised to 116. Staff is not counting any Hillside Residential. Is it realistic that since those are probably the most desirable residential locations in town that do have some impact on our environment as well, that number would be 0? And, it sounded like there were some challenges on what number, but in the absence of anything else, why wouldn't we assume that in 20 years, 116 units would get built in Hillside?
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll start by saying that at this point, additional units in the Hillside are pretty unusual. Often lands that are marked as vacant in the analysis for this report, could be very difficult to develop. And so that 116, and you're correct, that was the 166 was a typo. So the 116 number that has been discussed for the hillsides was not based on any analysis of the feasibility of development of those sites. So that number, it could be included in this because there is no change in the hillsides, because there hasn't been any discussion of change of any of the regulations, change in the densities in that. That is something that was not included in the general plan.
But in effect, there is a number and it's 0. Is that correct? We're assuming no that none will get built in the next 20 years?
The number that is in this land use table, the residential build out table, based on the regulations. We are not including any of the Hillside Residential in that analysis.
Okay, thank you. I had one more on the numbers. Would you
Go
like
ahead.
me to go, Mayor? This has to do with the very high fire hazard severity zone. A lot of letters there. It was asked last time, and it was addressed to some degree, but I'm concerned about any upzoning that might occur in the VHF-SHZ area. Do we have, I understand that many of our homes are in Hillside Residential, which is not being upzoned. But there are substantial. I looked at the map, it's probably half of the area of Los Gatos. Do we have a number of units that are currently planned to be upzoned that are in the VHF-SHZ area?
Thank you, council member. We do not have a number of units for that area. However, as you can see in attachment 27, the predominant portion, large majority of those parcels that are outside of the Hillside designation, but are within that high fire zone, are in the low density residential. So depending on what the choice is that's made by council in terms of the densities, the direction that the discussion seemed to be going at the last meeting to reduce the density in the low density residential designation would actually resolve a substantial portion of that concern, because that is what is the majority of remaining in that, as shown in attachment 27.
And I understand substantial and majority, but I'm not going to go to a motion yet, but I'm inclined to ask about the possibility of excluding upzoning in the hazard zone. And so I would like to know what the unit impact would be if that were to happen. Does that make sense?
Thank you, council member. Definitely makes sense. I think, the map, obviously, the low density is the largest number of those parcels. Probably the second largest number is a portion of the medium density residential. So I think there's a couple options moving forward as the council goes through their continued discussions. One is there may be a desire not to increase the medium density. To your point of that's still not potentially going to capture every designation that might be in that area. We could look at the possibility of, we have a couple other overlay zones. We could do a very high fire hazard severity zone overlay where those would remain at that same density. So it wouldn't increase, but would allow for a potential increase if one is ultimately approved through the general plan for those parcels in that area.
Okay, thank you.
I'm digesting what you just said, Mr. Paulson. So instead of creating, at first I was thinking we'd end up with 2 medium density if we wanted to upzone other parts of the town. But you said instead of doing that, we upzone's not the right word, up densify medium density. Then you could put an overlay in that doesn't allow certain ones. That sounds strange to me. How do you do that without having 2 different medium density zones?
Well, it's similar to staff's recommendation of not actually having a split low density residential either. We think that they all should be the same. So I think you end up, again, depending on your discussion, we may end up at a point where the council decides, no, we don't want to change the medium density designation. And so then we don't have that issue of the density for the general plan land use going up. You still have, a handful of parcels that are probably in, commercial and public. But I mean, probably 90+% of them would be covered in just those two designations. If there's ultimately a desire for council to have a higher density, whether it's the planning commission's recommendation or something in between 12 and that number, one option would be to have, this overlay zone that would be ultimately put into the town code that would have that designation. We have that in all of our GIS layers. So when that property comes up, when someone comes in, they would be informed that they are at a different density than, another medium density residential land use designation.
Okay. Councilmember Hudis, more?
No, this has been very helpful. I know it's not the normal time, but I am trying to tabulate some of these answers because I think it would be useful to look at changes together so we kind of end up where we know where we are. So I'm wondering if I might ask for a recess to tabulate some of the information so that I can understand it in totality.
Before we go to recess, we have a bunch of other cleanup work that I think is different from this work. If I could work through some of that first, and then we take a recess to figure out the most difficult part. So if I could start, item number 1 of our staff report, staff added the language. We requested staff to add some language, and they added the underlying language in number 1. So we need to have a motion to approve this change. Councilmember Hudis, I can't tell if your hand was still up or not.
No, I was going to move to approve that change.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sayak,
I'll second that.
any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. Councilmember Sayak,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis,
Aye.
and the mayor votes aye, so that passes unanimously. I'm going to assume we don't need any action on 2 and 3. That was sort of just a summary of actions we took last time, unless somebody wanted to discuss it further. I'm going to go to item number 4, which is several items in here. Councilmember Sayak, your hand is up. Did you want to help us?
Yeah, I was just going to, again, begin making some motions if that's
Sure,
okay.
go ahead.
As you mentioned, these are items that we requested that our staff work with our consultants on. So I move that we approve the motion, the recommended language that's contained in item 4, number 4 in our staff report.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Risto.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion from council? Seeing none, I'll call a question. Mr. Hudis, you had discussion?
Yeah, I just had a question for the town attorney on the definition of equity and the use of the word ensuring. I think it's in that section. Does that provide any legal or liability exposure for the town in making that promise?
Are you referring to the first bullet under the first bullet on section 4 that says equity ensures?
Yes.
I read that to be describing the concept of equity. I don't read that to be the town promising to provide equity. So it's a goal. And so I don't, in my opinion, it would not create liability for the town.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Paulson.
Sorry, I pushed the wrong button there.
Oh, so you do not want to speak. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to calling the question. I can't recall if I called anybody yet. I'll start over. Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
Councilmember Sack,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas,
Aye.
and the mayor votes aye. Item 4 passes unanimously. Next up is item 6, Vice Mayor Risto.
I move that we approve this addition and change in language for item 6.
Councilmember Sack.
I'll second that.
Okay, any questions, comment from council? Seeing none, call the question. Councilmember Sack,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas,
Aye.
and the mayor votes aye, so that passes unanimously. Next,
Sorry, I'm sorry, did the council already do number 5 together with number 4?
so number 5 was done last meeting.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's
Thank
just
you.
it's a summary of what happened, so we didn't need to approve it again,
Okay, thank you.
I assume.
No, you're right. You're right.
We are on item 7 now. Vice Mayor Risto.
I move to approve the addition in item 7 from staff.
Councilmember Hudas.
Second.
All right. This was basically the one about the highway, and their staff is recommending we leave it as is. They still think we could do efficiency improvements. I'm a little skeptical on this, but I'll go ahead and call the question. Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
Councilmember Sack.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
And the mayor's going to vote no, just to get my point in. So it passes with a 4-1 vote. And next is item 10. Councilmember Sack.
Okay, I move that we accept the language that is contained in the staff report, understanding that once we have better information that this may be revised.
Vice Mayor Risto.
I second the motion.
Any comments from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Sack.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. So item 10 passes unanimously. Next is item 11. Vice Mayor Risto.
I move to approve the language in item 11 about promoting and implementing programs that reduce packaging and microplastics.
Councilmember Sack.
I'll second.
Any comments from council? Seeing none, I'll call a question. Councilmember Sack.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. Item 11 passes unanimously. Item 12. Is that Councilmember Badami?
I move to approve item number 12.
Vice Mayor Risto.
I second that motion.
Any comments from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye. So item number 12 passes unanimously. Let's see, it looks like item 19 is the next one up. This is the small town character modifications. Councilmember Sack.
I'll move that we approve the language as contained in the staff report.
Councilmember Badami.
Second.
Comments, Vice Mayor Risto?
Just a comment. I mean, I don't have a problem with the word. I was wondering if we could just maybe take small town character and say maintain, cherish, and enhance the town's sense of place and character without, that would just be an option I would like to look at.
As maker of the motion, I'll make the amendment.
And the seconder?
I do not accept that.
Okay, so let's see. I guess I could look for a second to the addition then. I need a new seconder.
May I second it?
Yes. Have I done that correctly, town attorney? I believe so. Thank you. That was an interesting one. Councilmember Hudas, comments?
Comment, I think small town character is a key part of Los Gatos. I think it has nothing to do with being exclusionary. I think it has everything to do with Los Gatos retaining its unique place in Northern California as a small town. And the fact that many people have chosen to live here expressly for that reason, I think is important. As I said, it to me has nothing to do with being exclusionary. And so I would support keeping that as one of the remnants of our existing general plan and has been in use in town for a long time. And it's one of the key reasons I moved here, not just because it's a town that has character, but because it's a small town. So I would oppose it.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Yeah, I would just say that in our introduction and in our vision, I think we do reference the small town. And of course, I do love and cherish that. But I think when we talk about the housing element or about the land use, I want to talk about the character in general, the character of walkability, the character of, embracing our beautiful natural surroundings, a lot of things that are actually expanded beyond small town. So that was my reason for the change. I thought small town might be too limiting.
Councilmember Badami?
I would just like to make the comment that this particular goal is meant to replace the intent of the first LU1 goal in our existing general plan, which was to preserve, promote, and protect the existing small town character and quality of life within Los Gatos. And I regret that we can't have something to that effect as being our first land use goal, as in our current general plan.
And so could the maker of the motion repeat what the wording is that is in the motion?
So it's as contained in our staff report, but I'll read it. It says, maintain, cherish, and enhance the town's sense of place and character while expanding housing opportunities for a diverse population.
Okay, so we basically just lost the small town portion of it.
Correct.
I guess I'm on the fence on this one. That's why I stopped talking for a minute. When you're running the meeting, it's hard to think, as past mayors know. I'm going to go ahead and call the question. I don't see any more hands. Councilmember Badami?
No.
Councilmember Sack?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas?
No.
And I'm going to vote yes, so it passes 3-2. So I believe that covered all the cleanup work, and that brings us back to figuring out the densities. So maybe this is an appropriate time for a break, so people can do tabulations. It is, let's see, shall we come back at 8:50? Is that 12 minutes enough time?
Could I request 15 minutes?
Sure. So 8:55?
That sounds great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Risto, yes?
I have a question. So during this break, I'm I understand Councilmember Hudes has tabulations to do. Are we asking town staff if we can get information about what the impact on the parcels would be if we did an overlay in the very high fire hazard zone, or is that not information that we can get in 15 minutes? Okay, that's not. So the tabulation, the break is specifically for anybody, any one of us that wants to look at this and do our own tabulations.
That is currently, yes, but if you'd like to suggest something that staff works on that is doable in 15 minutes, that's acceptable also.
I'm not going to make that kind of judgment.
Okay, we get a break. Staff doesn't get a break. No, I'm just kidding. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Before we get to density, I actually wanted to make another addition to the land use section, if it's possible for me to address that and make a quick motion before we move to density.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that.
Okay, so if we go to page 3-16, LU-5.8, new construction compatibility, I'd like to strike the word encourage and strengthen it with the word shall. So it would read, new construction, remodels, and additions shall be compatible with the existing neighborhood.
Okay, would anybody like to?
Could you just repeat? So we're looking at page 316?
Yeah, and which land use item?
LU-5.8, I'm just looking to strengthen the wording, replacing the word encourage with the word shall.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
Second.
Okay, comments, questions from other council members. Vice Mayor Risto.
I guess I don't know enough about how that's enforced. Or are we going? That seems very loose to me. Are we talking about architectural style? Are we talking about size and mass? I mean, I think Planning Commission generally deals with that. I guess can I ask staff what would be the implications of saying shall? What's the enforcement and how do we judge that?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would say that it appears to me that this would be consistent with what we do at this time, that we do work with our residential design guidelines, for example, that talk about neighborhood compatibility. I will check in with Director Paulson in case he has any concerns about that change of wording.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. No, I don't generally have any concerns because compatibility is subjective for a lot of these topics. So I don't think that change modifies, as was mentioned, Planning Commission and staff's current review.
I mean, the only thing, this is Gabrielle Whelan, town attorney. The only thing that springs to mind for me is Housing Accountability Act. And if this section is covering multifamily, we're limited to the objective design standards in place. But that said, the objective design standards are intended to provide for compatibility.
Councilmember Hudes.
Just a comment. I seconded it because I thought it would be good because essentially that's how Planning Commission has operated in that sense. And so, but I would also say that if it is a problem with the HAA or something else, we'll get another chance to look at that when we look at objective standards. I believe that's going to come back to us shortly. And if that were one that were recommended, we're gonna have another go at this whole thing with objective standards.
Okay, Councilmember Badami, you had your hand up. I was assuming you didn't take it down before. Did you have anything else to say? No. Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't assuming wrong. Councilmember Sayak.
So just with Councilmember Hudes's comment that we will be looking at objective standards, I guess I'm looking for guidance. Does that mean from a legal perspective, we're okay to do this because we are looking at objective standards?
I would be inclined to say something like adopt policies that require new construction, remodels, and additions to be compatible with the existing neighborhood to the extent permitted by law.
So I'll just jump in. We're talking about a general plan policy. If we're talking about adopting policies, that becomes an implementation program. The objective standards are very specific to, multifamily buildings and mixed use buildings. So as Councilmember Hughes mentioned, we will be getting into that. Again, I think what Councilmember Badami's intent is the encourage is just too soft from her perspective. And so we remove encourage, and then we basically just state that new construction, remodels, and additions shall be compatible with the existing neighborhood. And so I think from a general plan perspective, this is viable. I think if we want to have an implementation program, then we can definitely add one. And I'll take a look when we're on the break to see if there's anything in there currently that deals with that. But we have that a lot in our existing policy documents. But
Okay, I mean, with that, from a legal perspective, I'm comfortable with the motion.
Okay, so Mr. Paulson, is it okay to do the motion now, or did you want us to wait for you to look stuff? Okay, so any further comment from council? I'll call the question. Councilmember Sayak,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto,
Aye.
Councilmember Badami,
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis,
Aye.
and the mayor votes aye. So that motion passes unanimously. Would anybody else like to make a motion or discuss something that's not the densities before we go take a break? Vice Mayor or Councilmember Sack.
So just so I understand how to use the break productively, so staff cannot tabulate what this means, right? If we were to do an overlay zone, I guess I'm trying to figure out, what are we tabulating?
I think what we're going to do is in the staff report, there is on page 7, there's a list of suggestions. There's 3, 6, about 7 bullets of things we could do to lower the number if we like. And I think the idea is to go look at those and decide which ones you might want and what that adds up to a total number. I think Mr. Hudis is trying to get to a number that is the minimum allowed by law, basically. And you are welcome to do your own tabulations and think through that. I think that was the point of the break, to give you an opportunity to think through where you want to go on this. Okay with everybody? Okay, so now it is Mr. Hudis requested 15 minutes, so let's go until 9:05. I'll take a break until 9:05. Thank you. it looks like, let's see, I think I have everybody. So let's come back to order. I'm not sure the best way to proceed here. It seems like let's start with Mr. Hudis.
Thank you. Just in thinking about this, I thought it would be good to take a look at a number of things together rather than just take them all one at a time, because it's hard to see the impact. So I have an idea that I wanted to put out there for discussion. And Mayor, I appreciate your having some insight into the way I think, but actually what I am going to propose is a little bit different. What I'm going to propose will give additional leeway over the RENA plus buffer of 300 units to allow for the possibility that we won't get everything that we need in ADUs in the 8-year time frame. So I looked at the numbers both in an 8-year time frame and in a 20-year time frame, and I can present those as they relate to the idea. Certainly it's all for discussion. It's not monolithic, but I wanted to give you kind of the whole picture and where it goes. So if I may, I could describe some of the elements that I think get us to a number that in the 20-year time frame is 364 units above the RENA plus buffer, and in the 8-year time frame is 64 units above the RENA plus buffer. So let me just explain what the elements are. Number one is, and I numbered the bullet points on page 7. Number one is the one that staff has already assessed, and that is eliminating changes to the density of low density residential. That would result in a reduction of 279 units from the draft. The second is to eliminate the upzoning of medium density residential, to leave that zoning as it is, and I'll explain in a minute. I think that we do have adequate opportunity for what we've been calling missing middle in another way, and I can illustrate the numbers, but it would be to, so that would be to reduce the draft by 327 units. The next item would be in mixed use, which I think the density there could be reduced. This is item or bullet number 5, from 40 to 30, resulting in a reduction of 255 units. And the next one would be number 6, which is reducing high density residential from 40 to 30, which is 111 units, and eliminating the upzoning in the central business district, which is 76 units. And 2 other things to that I wanted to add. First of all, counting 116 units in the Hillside. I know that may be controversial, but I don't feel that we should count 0. And counting SB9 units at 250 units over the next 20 years, which is 50% of the expected ADU number. And that is what some other municipalities, including Campbell, are planning at this point. And it also, I believe, complies with the HCD guidelines for counting SB9 units. So, you know, it does not further reduce recommended densities and by the way, I would not eliminate office professional and service commercial, which are essentially two forms of mixed use. I think those are good places for affordable housing, and probably at the size and density will produce more affordable housing than the medium density residential would. So I would include 313 units, and I think that breaks down into a couple of pieces. So so just a little rationale on this. I think that commercial, community commercial, and the mixed use and these types, they're key to our ability to provide affordable housing because they're a smaller form factor, they're denser, and the designations and the areas are closer to transit and further from traditional residential neighborhoods. So that's why I think it's okay to upzone those designations. Of course, there may be height maximums in the document that would need to be adjusted with this. I know that the Planning Commission was very concerned about upzoning medium density residential to achieve missing middle or small unit. And I share that goal of increasing that housing type. But SB9 and our existing medium density residential should allow for at least 450 of those units, or 22% of the new construction. And that compares to 200 units of single family in both traditional areas and the hillsides. So that's only about 10% of new units. So I think with those changes to medium density residential, it would go a long way to creating this housing type, 2-to-1 over single family residential. But I don't think it goes too far in creating a housing type that may be less expensive and maybe within the reach of workers who now compute, but does not meet the affordable housing criteria as defined by the state. Those units will probably still cost over $1 million, 800,000 to $1 million or $1.5 million based on the size. So whether they are rentals or purchased, they will not add to our affordable housing, whereas increasing density in our mixed use and in our high density residential and other areas will. So that was my thinking in making that trade-off. So I'm happy to go back over the numbers, but it does add up to 2,356 total capacity by 2031. So that's the 8-year.
Say that number again.
2,356 by 2031, and that is 64 units above RHNA plus buffer. And if you look at the 2040 total, where you get the other ADUs, then it adds up to 2,656, and that would be 364 over the RHNA plus the buffer. So again, I presented it as a whole package because it has a total effect, but I don't want it to be, a take it or leave it monolith either in terms of discussion.
Councilmember Badami?
I know Councilmember Hudis just opened the door for discussion, but we could have discussion with him making a motion and seeing if he gets a second.
I'd be happy to make a motion to that effect. If you'd like me to repeat it, I could do that.
Yes, please.
Okay, so I move to adopt the following reductions outlined by staff on page 7 of the staff report dated 6/28 to reduce upzoning, including 1, eliminating changes to low density residential, eliminating changes to medium density residential. Number 5 out of that bullet, which is reducing mixed use from 40 to 30. Number 6, which is reducing high density residential from maximum 40 to 30. Number 7, eliminating changes to the central business district, and also counting 116 Hillside units and 250 SB9 units, and including the full amount of the office, just get the terminology right. Office professional and service commercial, as it was in the earlier tables that were presented, as it is in the draft plan. And so that, I believe, adds up to 313 units.
Councilmember Badami.
Second the motion.
Okay. At this point, I'm sure there's going to be questions for staff. Go ahead, Town Manager.
Just a clarification regarding the community commercial designation. If the motion included any changes to that, or if the proposed draft 2040 general plan would remain with those 58 units.
I would say those would, 58 would remain. They would not be reduced.
Thank you.
I think they're a good opportunity.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I'm having a problem with this, not because I'm opposed to potentially scaling back what I personally think was a very good product from the GPAC and the Planning Commission with a huge amount of input and thought. I'm a little alarmed at trying to cut things out without knowing the implications right now and cut too closely. I don't even know if we can do this without adequate study by staff. I don't want to approve something that can't possibly work. And I don't know what the implications are for the housing element, which I realize is a separate issue to discuss. And I also, being on the General Plan Advisory Committee, and before I got on there watching all the meetings, I know that there was a general sense of wanting to make sure that we didn't put all the housing in one place, that we actually kind of had a higher level thought that it would kind of be within all the neighborhoods, that we could sort of allow people to live in a variety of places. The other is there's always this kind of confusion. I've just got a lot of thoughts that I haven't put together coherently because I'm not sure how to react to this. But when we talk about affordable housing, I mean, there is the discussion of, the kind of formulaic mandated affordable housing where somebody has to meet an income criteria. But we definitely know that multifamily housing and other smaller units can create more affordable housing than a single family home. I mean, I think just last month, the median price of single family homes in Los Gatos is close to $4 million. So, I do know that a townhouse will always be a townhouse. Someone can't buy it and suddenly add 2 bedrooms and another floor. And we know that we have firefighters, police officers, teachers. We have a whole range of people that may not qualify for affordable housing, but I think should be living in our community. And so I want to make sure that we're offering a spectrum of housing at market rate. And I'm just not sure what this does to that. I'm also very concerned about what happens if we take away the opportunity for 40 units to an acre density. So I don't know if town staff can weigh in on, and I also am not comfortable with a layperson's back of the envelope idea of how much SB9 housing can be produced when we don't know what's going to happen. So I don't know if staff can respond to any of these individual parts and at least give me a sense for what has a lot of unknown around it and what we know could be useful.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I can start, and then if Ms. Armour or Ms. Pavetti or Ms. Whalen have any additional comments. I would say the three things that are concerned from staff's perspective are taking the mixed use and the the high density residential down to 30. Because I'm assuming Councilmember Hudis meant 30 is the max. We know we're not going to be able to utilize the max for HCD purposes, which means all of our sites that are currently a minimum of 30 will no longer be able to allocate any affordable housing in the housing element sites inventory. So we will have none. So those two are the biggest concern. And I guess the other one is the 250. I understand Councilmember Hudis's thoughts on the SB9. I don't think the general plan necessarily is the right place to put that. I think in the housing element, we can try to make that case. But from a general plan perspective, especially given that we didn't necessarily evaluate the impacts, even though they're not needed to be evaluated from a CEQA standpoint. But that's one option there. So those are the kind of the three top challenges I see, with the third one really being able to be addressed if we just carry that over to the housing element.
Thank you.
And so I'll just make my comments a little bit, I guess, before Mr. Hudis responds. I guess I agree. I don't want to mess up the housing element. So again, I don't think we should eliminate or change the mixed use or the high density so that we can keep moving forward with our housing element. It's also the downtown district, central business district, it only says 76 units. In my mind, if we're going to have growth, we should try to do it where people are going to reduce their vehicle trips, right? The best place to live is downtown to reduce vehicle trips. I can tell you, I live 4 blocks from downtown, and my car maybe moves once a week, kind of thing, right? So being able to add a few more units there makes a lot more sense from, reducing impact on the town. So those are my 3 concerns, I guess. Well, and also the SB9. I know that HCD is never going to let us count 250 units of SB9, but maybe this is a question for staff, but I assume if we are, put something in that doesn't work for HCD and they say, no, you got to change it, we'll just come back and have to modify the general plan in order to get the housing element to work. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. And I'm listening very carefully and wanted to make a couple of comments. First of all, while this isn't staff's recommendation has continually been much, much higher than what is required. And so you have to ask the question, why would we do that? However, these 7 items and the numbers come from staff. Staff did look at those and do that analysis. So I'm not suggesting any, halfway changes or, splitting things or that kind of thing. I've been taking the numbers in whole from staff. Regarding the small multi-unit that we talk about as missing middle, I believe that between SB 9 and we may differ on how many units there might be, but that is 12 units a year over a 20-year period. And it's half of the number of ADUs, which is a number that I know that Campbell is building in their planning. So, and it does meet the criteria. It still is, around 10% of what we're, or less of what we're doing in totality. That is, and I think that putting in a plan and a general plan 0 is really a disservice. Our residents are going to pay a price in having increased density that they didn't expect when they purchased their homes. That is being done by the state, and that is resulting in medium density residential, duplexes, triplexes, in most cases where it will take place. That is a source of medium density residential. So I still think we'll have 450 units of medium density residential to work with. And by definition, the SB 9 units will be spread. And the other units are being placed carefully in the community growth zone. So I think that there is opportunity. I think that we were overboard on medium density residential in the previous iteration. With the reality, what will get built there at the construction costs that exist today, these will be large, maxed out with very little lot line units in neighborhoods that will have difficulty dealing with the traffic and other impacts. So, and like I said, a lot of it has been done by SB 9 that wasn't accounted for in the general plan, as we heard earlier, but it is going to be happening. And so I think that there is a pretty large supply of medium density residential and 2 to 1 over single family, as far as I can tell. I would be interested sort of in a view on the SB 9, because if it is, if the council in total feels that, or in majority feels that we should not count SB 9, it would be possible to make some other adjustments to compensate for that. And still get to a reasonable number that approximates the RENA allocation plus 15%. And I'm happy to run that number quickly if anyone is interested in that.
If I could ask staff a question before I go to Vice Mayor Risto, I'm still not sure where this 116 Hillside count comes from and why it's not counted somewhere else. And I know Mr. Hudis will have an answer, but I'd like to hear staff's answer first, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So the 116 units that's being referenced in terms of Hillside development, that's basically looking at the existing Hillside and doing a really broad calculation of what might potentially be built there. It may be that Brent Gibbons from Mintier Harnish might be able to speak a little more to that. One of the reasons that I mentioned earlier that it may not actually be that high is that was really a very high level review and does not take into consideration our slope density calculation restrictions or any of those types of things that generally do significantly reduce the number of units.
And Ms. Armour is correct. The density did not change in the hillsides. It was intentional by the GPAC due to the nature of wildfires in the hillside and the potential for it. As part of that too, the 116 is a broad brush. It's looking at the amount of parcels and then the density applied to it. In reality, a lot of the hillside parcels that are within the planning area for this general plan have a number of constraints that would limit and prohibit development in a lot of those areas. So the 116 is actually quite high, but that's the reason why it's not included there. If it was, if the council would like to include that number just as part of the build out purposes, we can include it as what was mentioned in this first motion. But that just gives a little history of the project over the last 4 years.
But would we be able to sell it to HCD? Because that's basically what's being implied.
No. What it would do is I think it would just account for units that could occur in the hillside, maybe not toward HCD, but for future build out of the town.
And another question for Ms. Armour. I recall early in the process, I was actually on the GPAC for early 6 months before they got very far. I recall a discussion of an idea or a policy that we wanted zero growth in the hills. And now that I'm remembering, I don't know if I saw it in the general plan. Is there anything in our general plan that's discouraging growth in the hills, or did that get lost along the way?
So I would say that it ended up with no additional density, no increase in density in the hills. And I believe there was a policy, I can take a quick look, that discouraged additional development, but because the current density that are in place, we felt we couldn't reduce that density. I can take a quick search, or it could be if somebody else on staff has additional input on what might be included in relation to that.
Well, so you didn't include it because you didn't want it to happen, but have we done anything to help make sure it doesn't happen?
Yeah, actually, okay. So under implementation programs in the land use element, if you take a look at implementation program D, that does include study hillside density, conduct a study to determine whether hillside properties should be downzoned to lower densities. So that was how we got at that idea that there was a desire to reduce how much additional housing might be built in the hillsides, but a recognition that it wasn't something that could be done without further study of the legal implications.
And then if I could continue on to SB 9, how many units do you think we can sell to HCD? I know it's not zero, and it's probably not 250 either. What ballpark is it really in?
It's hard to give you a concrete number at this point. We've had a number of SB 9 applications that have come in, not very many, and some of them say a lot split. I can think of at least 2 out of the 5 that I'm aware of, where it's a lot split, which isn't actually resulting in any additional housing units, because they're just dividing an existing lot so that the existing ADU becomes its own single family home. So we're going to need to look at what we see so far. We can look at what other agencies are considering, but at this point, staff really just doesn't have enough information to make an estimate that we feel we could, justify to HCD.
Are all of the applications so far for SB 9 in HR1?
No, we have them in a few different residential zones. We have HR1, and we do have some in the R1 zones.
Okay. Let me go to Vice Mayor Risto now.
Thank you. A few thoughts. One is, it seems like we're sort of viewing the general plan as only the housing element. And so I'm getting a little concerned about that. I mean, I think the general plan looks at what all of the growth can be in 20 years. And that's one thing we're talking about. And then on top of that, we do have this really large RHNA number, but that is not the entire general plan. There's going to be single family homes built. There's going to be other development that is outside of our RHNA numbers and outside of the housing element, correct? Okay, so then, what I remember, working on the GPAC, of course, with fire hazards, with the idea that it would create traffic, we really wanted to minimize as much as possible any kind of hillside development. And so, we did have language around there. I would have a lot of trouble removing the housing from the office and service commercial designations, or I'm sorry, reducing the density in the mixed use or reducing the density in the high density residential. I think that's really going to be an essential component for what we need to create the kind of housing that I think we're missing in Los Gatos and that we have to have. I also absolutely believe that increased housing in the central business district for all the reasons the mayor stated. I mean, I live right downtown. I chose to live downtown so that I don't ever have to touch my car to do things in town. And we know it's the most walkable part of town. In fact, it's something that we're trying to model with our community place districts, or whatever we rename them, where we would have places where there's services in other parts of town and add density so people can walk. So I couldn't possibly back something that would not allow us to add housing in the easiest place not to use a car in town. And then the last thing, I know that the point keeps being made by at least one council member that our residents are paying a price. I think many of our residents are also paying a price for the fact that we haven't built housing. I mean, every time I talk, you can't go into a single business downtown that has enough workers. They can't hire enough people. If you talk to anybody on the school board, they know that with our declining school enrollment, they've been fortunate not to have to lay off teachers because of attrition. But along the lines, at some point, if the school population rebounds, when it's time to hire teachers, that's going to be a hard time. I talked to my physician and they were having a really hard time hiring a doctor to join their practice. And when they finally did, the closest she can live is in Gilroy. So when she's on call in Los Gatos, she has to couch surf. So I feel like our residents are already paying a price for the fact that we've restricted housing so tightly that the housing prices are astronomical and we don't have a diversity of housing. So I think it's a balance. I think that our RENA number is terrifying, frankly. I don't know how we'll do that in 8 years, but I do think for the fact that we have not changed, we have not really allowed housing in the last several years or the last 30 years. When I hear from people comments like, well, Los Gatos population hasn't gone up, why are we building more housing? We don't build more housing because suddenly we've got 12 people in houses and it's like, oh my God, everybody's overstuffed, we have to add houses. But when the median price of a house last month in Los Gatos was about $4 million, that tells you that we're not building housing. So I think we've got to balance all of these things. And I'm looking for a way to make sure that as we add housing, we add a diversity of housing for a diversity of income levels. And I think cutting this too finely, where we're absolutely only going to do exactly the most affordable housing in RENA and nothing else, is not going to get us there.
Councilmember Sayak.
Thank you. And I think a lot of comments have already been stated. I guess the one thing that I just wanted to share was I'm a little uncomfortable with the conversation that where we're headed, because I think either we're looking to add housing or we're not. And I think the idea of we're just trying to sell what will legally muster with HCD doesn't necessarily vibe well with me. I think we have to look at, we've gotten so much correspondence that we should just stay with the 2020 housing element. And my concern with that, I think as Vice Mayor has already said, the 2020 general plan, the designations in there did not produce housing that was needed in our general plan. And so if we're going to revert to the density ranges that were in a document that didn't even get us to the numbers that we needed to get in the last general plan, I don't see how that's going to in any way help us with more aggressive RENA numbers. And so from just us logistics, that logic doesn't make sense. But I think also the conversations we've been having is we're looking at affordable housing, but we're looking for housing, period. And yes, it's expensive. We're not going to meet the federally mandated requirements that that are necessary, but we're also looking for housing in general so that we can allow more of our workforce to come in. And I know a lot of people have been pointing to the North 40 and talking about what that physically looks like, but we're forgetting that we've allowed many more families to weave into our community. We've allowed doctors to move into the neighborhood. We've allowed teachers. If you actually start to think about the people that we will be allowing into our community, I don't think it's a burden, but it's actually a service that, and we just need to look at the positive things that we're doing by looking at these changes, by being progressive and by being forward thinking. I think the fear that we're adding so much that will be a burden is not the intent that I would like to go. I think someone so eloquently said, and I jotted it down, it was one of our speakers, that we can grow into an equitable future. And I highlighted that because, as someone said, it's not either or, it's not black or white, and it's not going to necessarily add burdens to our current residents if we do this correctly. And so I don't know what these final numbers are. I'm trying to do my own back of the envelopes as I'm catching up with the conversations, but I don't like the idea just right off the bat of reverting back. Already, I know the commercial, mixed use, and high density residential designations, I want to keep that as what the general plan has already recommended. Those are areas that the Housing Element Advisory Board's looking at. And I think if you actually look at how many parcels are remaining and you start to limit those designations, we are not going to reach the numbers that are required. And so just with those three, I know already I don't want to touch that. And so I don't know how we want to proceed, because I don't know how, without a chalkboard in front of us, we're going to actually be able to see what all these different numbers look like. But I just know those three areas I'm not touching at all. Thanks.
And maybe at some point, if staff could be prepared to create a chalkboard for us, I'm not sure we're there yet, but we may as we go forward. Councilmember Hudish, you just put your hand down. Did you want to?
No, I wanted to respond to a couple of things, that I've heard. And, I think that the townwide upzoning and transformation of every neighborhood that's touched by upzoning, I have to ask, why are we doing it? It's not necessary to create the state requirements, which as the vice mayor already said, is extremely challenging. So why would we put something that is even more challenging in there? The second point is substantial amounts of missing middle, which I think would address some of the worker issues, would be produced under SB 9 and under the medium density designation that we have. Without further upzoning it. And I think that, due to economics, most certainly only large luxury homes will be built on small upzoned lots. That is the result. It's not affordable housing. And I think most importantly, most residents do not want this. And it's likely that this will face a referendum in that case. And so I think we need to look carefully at having growth which is substantial, but is within what our residents are telling us. And SB 9 happened. There's a little we can do to try to influence it to be affordable, rather than just large luxury homes. We've taken some steps in that regard, and I think we can continue to do that. But I think that it's very difficult for us to sell a plan to our community that is so much in excess of what the state is requiring. that it would be, I think, would not make a lot of sense to support the plan as it was handed to us from the Planning Commission. And I don't fault the Planning Commission, because as same with the GPAC, they were never given the total numbers before they voted. They were never given a table 3-1 that reflected it. And, you know, at least the chair of the GPAC expressed her surprise at the number when she saw it. And so I think it's very important that we look at that total number. We don't just make a zoning change here and a zoning change there without understanding what that is going to be. And so while I agree with Councilmember Sayoc that we shouldn't drive this thing only toward compliance, but I think that we have to keep in mind what the implications would be of 3,800 units, and what the implications would be. And I come back to something that former Mayor Joanne Benjamin said, where she said that, if our infrastructure is strained now, we know that we have a water shortage now, and we have traffic problems now. Why would we allow the growth to occur if we didn't know that, and that our infrastructure could accommodate it? I'm not quoting her exactly because she said it wonderfully, but she did say that it would be irresponsible to do so. And I do remember that word.
Vice Mayor Risto, I believe you're next.
Okay. I was looking at the table and first of all, I'm not saying that we should take the whole plan. And I know the Planning Commission saw the exact numbers when they approved this. So they knew what they were approving. But the table that's on page 6 of 10 in the report, where it talks about reducing perhaps the density for low density and medium density, but still retains the other densities, is a place that I could have a discussion. I would also like to say that in terms of resources, that is a significant question. And there have been discussions at Valley Water, and water is not Los Gatos. Los Gatos is not sitting on our own well, where if we add houses, it takes water away from the rest of us. It's a regional issue. It's regional, and it's the Western states. And so just last week, when the town manager and I were at the mayor and managers meeting, there was a representative from Valley Water. And the question came up from a representative from Saratoga asking about water, and they have taken our housing allocations into account. That's part of the plan. It's right now we're dealing with a drought. We know that that's the new normal, and the encouragement for conservation, the work toward increasing capacity of reservoirs, the work toward moving toward recycling, the work toward catchment of stormwater is all multi-pronged. It has to, one, do with the fact that we can't expect a lot of water in the future, but the other is with the housing numbers that we're talking about. And, to go to the fact that we are regional, if we don't build the houses and they get built in San Jose or Gilroy or somewhere else, it's still water use. So whether we build the housing or it gets built somewhere else, it's still our water. We all have, so Valley Water has planned for regional usage. And then the other thing I want to point out about water is we're talking about primarily multifamily housing. The representative from Valley Water talked about the fact that in a typical single family home, at least 50% of the water use is for landscaping. And, people have to rip out their lawns and rethink that and start using gray water. But the housing that we're talking about, higher density housing, is not going to have a lawn around each apartment or condo or townhouse. And new construction is going to be the most water efficient housing there is. So the new housing going in is not going to be sucking up as much water as the rest of us in single family homes. So I am not trying to be irresponsible. I am talking to, we are talking to our representatives, and we know that this housing is planned for in the water plans. So I just want to make sure that's very clear.
And Vice Mayor, if I could just add a little more to the water also, since I've been thinking about water quite a bit. It's also well known that farming and orchards take more water than building housing. If you convert farms to housing, you actually end up saving water. Particularly the nut farming that goes on uses tremendous amounts of water. So if you want to make the water argument, that says, the North 40 should be developed so they stop watering the trees. You should develop Oka Road so that they stop watering the trees there also, right? So, the point about water, there's another part to the water. And the other thing about water, right now, we only have the recycled purple pipes. They only run central San Jose down to South San Jose, doesn't cover North County, doesn't cover into the West Valley either. So there's a tremendous amount more recycling of water that could be brought in for the landscapes or the use in commercial buildings, such as the chillers or the toilets and things like that in commercial buildings. So there's a ton of potable water that could be saved with the expansion of the purple pipe, recycled gray water, whatever you want to call it, kind of stuff. So I just wanted to add a little more to your water comments also. I believe, Councilmember Sack, your hand is still up, but I think we should let Councilmember Badami go first. Yes.
Thank you. I just want to make the point that exceeding our RENA allocation will not provide low-income housing. We are going to get market-based housing. It's economics. It's due to the high cost of land and the high cost to develop. So with that, one of the council members talked about a burden. I'd like to talk about being fiscally responsible. And you look at one of the guiding principles within our general plan, and that is fiscal stability. So what are the fiscal implications of such massive growth? I mean, look at our budget, our operating funds. It's difficult to comprehend that our town services can support this. So to me, to support that level of growth is being fiscally irresponsible, as Councilmember Hudis touched on.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and the motion was to do basically bullet number 1, bullet number 2, bullet number 5, bullet number 6, bullet number 7, basically implement all of those reversions back, count 116 units in the hillsides as part of our RENA number, and count 250 generated from SB9 towards our RENA number. That's the motion as I have it. I assuming that is, where's Mr. Hudis? Oh, there he is. Go ahead.
I actually had a question for staff on the, so I have included the office professional and service commercial, where as for the increased densities that are recommended in the general plan, does that obviate the need to with the 114 office professional units? How are those things related?
Those were part of the number that was included in the table in the draft 2040 general plan.
So you wouldn't do the 313 and also count the 114. That would be double counting. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Okay. So I did. So yes, the motion was correct. And depending where it goes, I have heard some things and could take amendments to the motion. The mayor had suggested counting less than 250 SB9 units, and also mentioned the central business district and the mixed use, not doing a reduction on the mixed use from 40 to 30, I could model those if those were amendments that were desired.
Look, those are a lot of, let's do this motion first and then maybe look for a different, that's a lot of changes to one motion.
Yep.
Okay, so can you repeat it one more time, please? And what may be helpful is actually, let's go through the chart and then just.
And if I may, I don't know, Jennifer, if you were able to chart out the motion and we could share screen.
I am working to pull that together. I don't have an updated spreadsheet to show with those changes just yet.
That's fine. Thank you.
So again, so Councilmember Sack, if the bullets on page 7 is what Mr. Hudis was working off of. So he was talking about implementing 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7. The bullets aren't numbered, but number them in your head or something. And then count 116 Hillside units also towards RENA and 250 SB9 units was the motion.
Yes, I can repeat the totals on that if you'd like.
Yeah, you had 2356 through year 2031 and 2656 through year 2040, the difference being basically the 300 ADU units that we can't affect.
Correct.
Vice Mayor Risto?
I have a question. How do we count anything toward RENA? That's in the housing element. We're just talking about the next 20 years.
Well, he's counting it through 2031, which is the same thing as assuming it's going to be counted in the housing element.
And staff did that analysis as well. So it's just using the same structure that they did on the 300 units and also counting only 75 units of production.
Okay.
Councilmember Sack?
And so, for example, low density residential, if you follow the bullet that's in the staff report, so 279, so what would be the new housing if that were to revert back to 0 to 5?
I think he's reducing 279, right, from the table before it.
Right, that was the bullet 1, which was a reduction from the draft general plan. And so that would be a reduction in upzoning of 279 units, according to staff.
Actually, that bullet is already affected in the table before, isn't it, staff?
Yes, it is in that table, I think.
Okay, got it.
And Councilmember Sayak, through the mayor, if you take a look at the addendum, and if you look at page 3 of 5, that's the one that has the most reductions. The resulting numbers from low density staying the same are there. The next component was not changing medium density, so you can see what the resulting number of units would be. High density, the number will be a little lower because Councilmember Hudis was looking to have a cap of 30. Neighborhood commercial wouldn't change. Mixed use would go down to, again, 30 as a cap max. Central business district would be this 10 to 20. We would have the 250 SB9 units would get added, 116 units in the Hillside Residential, and then we've got the units in the office and service commercial, which the total for both of those is 313. I think that encapsulates the numbers you were looking at, Councilmember.
Is there a way to break up in bullet 3 the 313? Is office and service commercial one district or is that 2 districts?
Thank you, Mayor. It's 2 districts.
And
the office counts for 259 units and service commercial counts for 54.
And you can see those numbers if you go to the table 3-1 in the draft general plan as originally recommended by the GPAC.
On which page?
It's on page 3-4 of the general plan. So if you've got a PDF that is just the general plan, it's page 36 of the PDF.
Yeah, okay. So where did this 114 that we kept talking about for office, that didn't add up to either the 259 you just mentioned or the other change that added to 313?
Thank you, Mayor. The 114 is encapsulated in the 259 office.
And we said that we can't get rid of the 114 because it would be downzoning below the 2018 levels.
Correct.
Correct.
Right now, it has a maximum cap of 20 dwelling units per acre.
So 114 is what would result if it were at a 10 to 20 density, similar to what neighborhood commercial is. Instead of having the 4 and the 255, it would be 114.
Okay, so we could revert that back and reduce from 313 to 114 if we wanted.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Hudis, you had your hand up. Anything else right now?
No, I was going to say I agree, and I think that the numbers that staff conveyed are exactly the same ones I have.
Okay. Let me call the question here. Councilmember Hudis?
Yes.
Councilmember Badami?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto?
No.
Councilmember Sayak?
No.
And the mayor's going to vote no. I'd like to, as I mentioned, change some things in it. So we can start over with a new motion with some changes that bring us to a different number. I'm thinking, let me try a motion. My motion would be to do bullet 1 and 2. And then in the office service, reduce it back so it's the 114 units. And leave everything else the way it is. So that would be not touch the rest of the bullets. Vice Mayor Risto?
I'm thinking slowly. I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Hudis?
Just for clarification, that means that you would not support the density that's in the general plan for office professional and service commercial?
Correct. It would be taking it back to the old density, which would allow us to reduce 200 units, almost 200 units. Did I say that correctly, staff?
With the
Yes.
with the confirmation that you're removing housing from the service commercial, yes.
And does staff want to give us an estimate of how many housing units that is?
I had a clarifying question, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
Was there any number included for SB9 units? Is it 0? I mean, that's essentially the number.
You know, I'm flexible if you want to put a number in, but it's really going to depend on what HCD allows us to use, because we're really trying to count it towards our RENA. And at this point, it's I don't know what to put in for SB9. Like I said, 250 sounds really high. I agree, it's not 0, but is it 20? Is it 40? It's hard to come up with a number.
So could someone repeat again the motion?
Would you like staff to try to repeat it, or?
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start and hopefully I don't miss anything, but I think the motion was to adopt bullets 1 and 2. So that's reverting low density and medium density to their existing general plan designations. And then adding the 114 units for office at their existing density in the current general plan. And I think those were the 3 items that the mayor had mentioned.
Correct. And so where does that take us through 2031 and 2040?
Math on the fly. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, I'm going to let you do it, and I'm already getting tired, so mine might not add up well.
So Mayor, while they're doing that, so you're basically, you're taking bullet 1, bullet 2, and what?
And then in bullet 3, bullets 3 is incorrect, right? It says we can remove 313, but we actually cannot. We can only bring it back to
114.
Yeah, 199. We can remove 199 of it. So I'm basically doing bullets 1, 2, and what we can of 3. For those watching, we've asked staff to do a calculation for us, so we're waiting here patiently.
Mayor, I believe I do have a number for you now, based on your motion.
Okay.
So the total number through 2040, with those modifications that you stated, would be 2,933. The total number after you remove the 300 ADUs and the 400 pipeline projects would be 2,233. And the Mintier Harnish Brent Gibbons can correct me if I misstated that.
And then we still need to add in the 116 if that is the motion by council to include Hillside.
It was not.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
And so your number 2233 is what we're trying to compare to. Well, some of us are trying to compare to the RENA number plus 15%. What's the RENA number plus 15 again?
2292.
So we're actually short by 60 units.
Correct.
But
within the correct range.
We could then say 60 units of SB9 units to get there. Councilmember,
we have multiple options, Mayor, to come up with that delta in the housing element.
Okay. Councilmember Sack.
I guess Joel just answered that question. Like, where does that leave us with the housing element?
I think he says it leaves us within range of the art of making it work. And I think it is an art, actually.
Although if our numbers, we don't even meet the buffer if we're not at,
Well, we're 60 short, so I could add to my motion that we include 60 SB9 units if the seconder is willing to do that. Because we haven't assumed anything for SB9, and at some point we will be trying to work with HCD to figure out what that number is.
I don't see how seconding that is going to help. I mean, we're not doing the housing element right now. And so when the housing element comes up, the Housing Element Advisory Board is going to have to look at our tier 1 location.
You're right. You're right. It really doesn't change anything.
I mean, throwing an extra 60 in because you're going to say, oh, okay, I think there's some SB9 is absolutely not going to help the housing element. That's going to be a whole separate process. So I think, whatever we decide where we want the general plan to look like, the housing element will have to do its own work.
Okay, back, Councilmember Sack, back to you.
so may I ask an amendment to include the medium density housing designation back to what was recommended by the Planning Commission to add in more units?
So that would be adding 263 units back.
Correct.
So I get 2496 then through 2031. I'm okay with doing that if you like. And who was the seconder? It was Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'll approve that. I actually think that, there are some larger parcels in medium density where we have opportunities. So I think we need that flexibility. I'll second that.
And so we do have a motion, second, continuing discussion. I would say that then brings up the question of the what's the right term, the very high fire zone overlay that we may want to consider, which will knock back some of those 263 units. Maybe we do that as a separate motion, or how would we add that in, Mr. Paulson or Ms. Armour?
Thank you, Mayor. I know I mentioned an overlay before. Maybe another option would be in the land use designation, for instance, if you look at page 311 of the general plan, it talks about the different designations. You can decide whether it's low density or just medium density. We'll just use medium density because I think that was the previous conversation. But you can decide to use this for one or both. And so we probably have a density range outside of the very high fire hazard severity zone, and then a density range inside the very high fire hazard severity zone. And then we implement that through the zoning code as well, so that it's consistent through both documents rather than doing an overlay.
And so I guess the easy thing is to say within the high fire zone, we leave it the same as the current general plan. And outside the very high fire zone, we go to the new density, which is
14 to 22.
Yeah,
Which
14
is
to 20.
Planning Commission recommendation.
Okay, that looks like it's okay with Councilmember Sayak, and the seconder also thumbs up. So I will add that to my motion also. And so, Mr. Hudis, I think we're ready for your comments. Thank you.
Sure. So I would appreciate a revised table 3.1 from staff before we take a vote. I'm coming up with different numbers, and I'm coming up with significantly different numbers. So I would appreciate that. I think it would, again, be highly important that we see what we're voting on, including making sure that any residence that's in a very high fire hazard zone is not upzoned. And there's definitely the possibility of that with the motion as it stands now, unless we understand that. So I would request that we see that tabulation.
So I assume that's going to take a few minutes. Should I call a 5-minute break?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, hopefully Ms. Armour can pull that together in 5 minutes. What we will not be able to pull together, which was mentioned before, is what the actual number reduction based on the mayor's motion to not include upzoning very high fire hazard severity zones. So we will not have that number, but we can get the other numbers. And then, as the mayor mentioned, that number will be less. Just wanted to confirm, Mayor, and through the seconder as well. Was that for medium density only, or was that for both low and medium? Medium density only.
Medium density only. We already are assuming bullet 1, which low density goes back to normal anyway.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, if you'll give us a few minutes, we can pull together a revised table.
So let's just take a 5-minute break, get another cup of tea or something. Okay, we'll come back to order then. Thank you.
All right, can you see that screen?
No.
No? Okay, hold on a sec.
One thing people can do is you can drag the frame between the side gallery or get rid of the side gallery and it makes it larger. So if you did your view to
How's that? Is that working?
so if you can drag it so that the side gallery gets smaller and that makes it bigger on the left-hand side if you've got gallery view up.
So it went away.
Oh, okay, so you were able to see it for a moment. Okay.
Yes, we are.
Oh, sorry. All right. Let me.
And
get
I'm just
that larger
suggesting
for
to
you.
people, each person can make it smaller by reducing the size of their gallery by grabbing and dragging between the two window frames.
All right. So are you able to see then the table? Nothing else blocking it? And is it large enough?
Yes, it's fine for me.
So you can see here that we have put the office professional back in. And so you can see it's the 2 plus the 112. And service commercial is zeroed out. So there wouldn't be any housing allowed there. Though,
And
as you
important,
mentioned,
a couple other important qualifiers, Ms. Armour, is obviously this doesn't account for the reduction in medium density in the very high fire hazard severity zone. And it also doesn't include the row below the total new available for the housing element, like the other tables, which in this case would be 2496.
So instead of, well, the 15% point is 2233 for the housing element through 2031. And this total would be 2496 minus some percent for the housing for the high fire zones. I'm suggesting it's at least 26 units, which would be 10%. I'm assuming it's 10% of medium density across the town. It's going to be somewhere between 26, give or take 10. Is anybody have questions on this table? Everybody happy with it? Or happy with the calculation, maybe not happy with with the result? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I like the numbers. I know that they're going to go down if we take out the medium density and the high fire zone. The other thing I want to point out is if we are gluing ourselves to RENA, which we seem to be, right now we're assuming a 15% buffer, but we could actually be required to have a higher buffer. So I just want to make sure we have room for that. When I look with a 20% buffer, we need 2392 housing units. I don't know what we'll lose with the high fire danger, and maybe the housing element is just going to have to do extra work and require amendments to the general plan. But I do think these numbers give us a good idea that we could get close.
I assume council members are still absorbing, so I'm just giving everybody a little bit of time. while everybody's thinking, is there something magical about the 14 to 24 for medium density? We're going from 5 to 12 to 14 to 24. You know, I guess I was going to ask, can we do, you know, something that say 20 at the max, but the problem is we don't know what that reduces the number by. Councilmember Hudis?
I thought on medium density residential, we were going with the planning commission recommendation, which I think was 22. So I don't think this is accurate.
Sorry, that was just a typo in there, but the 201 new vacant housing and the 302, that is consistent with the numbers that you'll see in on page 6 of your staff report. So it was just that we forgot to correct that.
And I see Mr. Gibbons wishing to make a comment, so please do.
I want to point out that when we auto updated the calculations during the 5-minute break, the proposed ranges don't auto update, but the assumptions and the numbers auto update. So you will notice that under proposed general plan in the third column over, LDR still says 1 to 12. That would be lower. It would be 0 to 5 to reflect. I just want to make that point there. The numbers, those aren't auto updated through the calculation process in Excel. Those are manually entered.
But the numbers on the right side are what are correct and what we were asking for.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. It's that is based on the typical density, this column here. That has been updated and that's what feeds into the calculation.
Okay. Councilmember Sack?
So I guess as everyone is, as this percolating, I'll give my comments. I'll be honest, I wanted to keep the Planning Commission recommendation for low density residential. But given that there's two things that I like about this motion. One is that we are keeping medium density residential. And the other thing is the concerns for fire. And I think what we can do to mitigate any fire risks. I appreciate the overlay zone. I like that new suggestion by staff that will look at what additional areas we can reduce in density to accommodate fire safety. So for those two reasons, I'm willing to accept this motion as is.
And Councilmember Hudis, your hand is still up. Did you have more comments or questions or?
Just a comment that I think that we are still with this motion upzoning every residential designation in town except for low density residential. It's not necessary. And the numbers in here are excessive and I will certainly not be supporting it. I also think that it's incorrect not to assume and plan on SB9 units. And also, I think that actually with regard to the service commercial, I think that is much better suited to taking higher density than the medium density residential, where we're almost doubling the density where that exists. And there's no need for it.
Other comments? So I'll call the question then. Councilmember Hudis?
No, I have a couple other comments.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I think in accomplishing this upzoning and creating the kind of numbers that are being created, I think that we're not being honest about what these designations are. What we used to call medium density, doesn't exist, and high density, what we're now calling high density, medium density, is actually what we used to call high density, and what we are calling high density is actually very high density. And so I think that the land use designations are not honest, and I think that we should be honest with residents about what we're doing, and that they're, I may put that into a separate motion later. And I also think that the going beyond the RENA allocation plus a buffer is when we don't know whether the finances of the town can support that, and whether the infrastructure will be there, is irresponsible, and I cannot be a part of that.
Other comments? Councilmember Badami?
I also won't be supporting the motion. And as I stated previously, I have grave concerns about the fiscal stability of supporting this type of growth. I cannot support the upzoning. And I too have concern with the land use designations.
Okay. Any other comments? Vice Mayor Risto?
Oops, I just muted myself. I would say in terms of, I think it is important for our residents to know that things are changing. If they haven't been following the general plan, they'll hear about it. In terms of the density, I don't know if I wouldn't call it dishonest, because if I speak to anybody and you ask, unless they're a planning wonk, what low density means, it's relative. And they're not going to know how many units per acre that means. And it means a different thing in Monte Sereno, and it means a different thing in Sunnyvale. So, those are kind of, they're not arbitrary numbers. They're numbers that have been set in our community, and they're changing at some level, but they're not going to change overnight. We are not, most of us love our homes and love where we live. Everyone in Los Gatos isn't going to tear their house down and suddenly make their property more dense. So it's going to affect kind of spread out areas. And I do think that this is a process that's been going on for several years. And I think we know that, at least for me, through my campaign and through the last year and a half, talking to people, there's a huge number of people that support this. So I think that, we have a broad community with a variety of different needs and desires. And I think it is important that we embrace this need for housing. So I will be supporting this.
Okay, Councilmember Badami?
Yes, I would just like to make the point that if people don't know what upzoning means, they'll know what it means when something gets built next to them. So again, with that, I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay, and I think I made the motion, so I obviously will be supporting it. I think it's a compromise. I would have probably liked to have gone with a little less on the medium density, but again, it's a compromise motion. We got to find a compromise somewhere in here. The other thing is, in 8 years from now, I guarantee we're not going to have built 2,496 units. It's just a planning goal. Most of it's not going to happen. So I wouldn't get that excited about it. And a lot of it is a semantics discussion anyway. It's the focus is of where it's really going to happen is what programs we put in on the housing element. That effectively, to try to make some housing more affordable housing occur. And it's not just what we call affordable, usually means income restricted, trying to generate housing. And I know some council members don't like the term missing middle, but the reason that term came about is we tend to build luxury homes or income restricted homes. And the goal, the ask from the broader community has been, where do people that are medium paid people going to live? They can't afford luxury and they don't qualify for affordable housing. So this plan should be generating more of those types of middle housing costs, in addition to the income restricted housing. I think I'll leave it there and call the question if no more comments. Councilmember Badami?
No.
Councilmember Sayak?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes?
No.
And the mayor votes aye, so this motion passes 3-2. So we still have to work on the EIR. But before we do that, would other council members like to make other motions, other changes? Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I would just suggest that we think carefully about the timing of the changes that the council has just enacted. So while we expect ADUs to pace in at a certain rate, we've done nothing to phase in the growth that's contained here. And given that the way land use has gone with regard to our challenge with making certain adjustments, I would suggest that we think about phasing this growth so that our infrastructure and our finances and other aspects can keep pace with the growth that's been enacted. So I have an idea, a simple motion on that. If anyone is interested in thinking about how to keep this, because in adopting, we went from a 10-year general plan to a 20-year general plan, but we did nothing to regulate the speed at which these things could happen. And unlike previous general plan, the current one is now in an environment where by right development is much more prevalent for many of the areas that we're talking about. And so if a project comes in, there will not be a planning commission hearing or a council hearing and for many kinds of projects. And so it will be reviewed purely on its technical merits. And if it meets them, whether they come in the first 3 years or they're spread out over 20 years, they would still need to be approved if they meet those criteria. So I have a thought about a way to phase our general plan. I know I've asked town staff before about this, and they indicated that yes, some jurisdictions, including San Jose, do sometimes do phasing of a plan like this. So that was another area I wanted to explore.
Councilmember Sayak?
I'd be interested in talking this through. I know this was discussed when we had our study session, and it was raised by staff that there were options to do these phased approaches that would possibly fall in line with the 5-year fiscal analysis that we've been talking about. So I'd like to hear of some options.
And the thing that's kind of troublesome, I'm trying to figure out, a large number of the units we're talking about are housing element. How do will HCD allow us to phase housing element units?
Well, I was thinking about how to address that, and so I have an idea and a motion.
Did staff, I think Councilmember Sack, you had a question for staff in that, right? Or
Well, I was just curious because I know this was raised at a study session and if there were already some ideas. So, but I'd love to hear Councilmember Hudes as well as staff.
Well, so let's, let's start with Councilmember Hudis then.
So I thought the elements of it would be that we would take the total capacity of housing that's been approved over 20 years and divide it into 4 5-year tranches in equal amounts, or a greater amount only if that is required to meet a current RENA allocation, such that our public safety services and infrastructure can keep pace with development. If there may be other changes that would be needed to the general plan if that were to happen, I don't know, but it's pretty simple. Take the total amount, divide it into 4 5-year tranches in equal amounts, or a greater amount if it's needed to satisfy a current RENA allocation.
So again, I don't know how this would work. Does staff have any ideas?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not familiar with the phasing approach. I think Ms. Pravetti may have seen some of this in San Jose, so I would defer to her on maybe comments if she's had experience with that type of phasing.
Yeah, we did do phasing in San Jose, primarily because San Jose had a different goal in mind. They really wanted to make sure that the economic development was happening and that the housing wasn't front loaded, but they were dealing with a very different order of magnitude of housing. I mean, we were talking about tens of thousands of housing units. And so they still needed to meet their housing element in the immediate term. Which again were just huge numbers. And so they were able to do that and then still have additional housing available in phases. If we were to divide this by 4, you know, I don't think we would be able to meet our RENA plus buffer. Just doing some quick math late at night. So I think while the sentiment is understood, I think we're still so close to what we need to do, even in the 8-year cycle, that it's going to be challenging. And some of it might be determined, you know, how we deal with the housing potential through 2031. Which again was that 2496 that staff had put up. So we're pretty much right at RENA. We're very close to RENA. So even if you just said, you know, if you just took that down to 2292, you know, we're still very, very close, even in that first phase for the 8 years. So that's the only thing I can think of, is that you say your 8-year is exactly what you want for your 5-year for your RENA plus buffer, and then all the remaining units are 2031 or 2032 through 2040, which still, you know, front loads a lot more than I think what the motion is intending to do.
But there's another problem also, of the outside the RENA number, there's 300 ADUs that we can't control either. We can't say, no, we've got enough ADUs, we don't want them for another 10 years. So that's another piece of the number I don't see how we control either. There's very, very little buffer in here to control.
And through the mayor, I would say that if you are looking at the final line there, the 2496, because that's what we anticipate would be counted towards, could be counted towards the housing element. That's only 204 units above the 1,993 plus buffer. So if we did divide this, that's going to be pretty difficult, because you would have all but 204 units within the first 10 years.
Councilmember Hudis?
I would understand that there may be other approaches to this. It could be phased to time with the RENA cycle. Would be another way to do that, but such that we do not exceed the RENA plus buffer in one of those tranches. And you know, just to point out that we can't control the pace of what happens, but the financial impact of this has not been studied. When we did talk about it last time, we referred to a report that didn't have anywhere near the amount of multi-unit housing that is contained now in what is being adopted. And that shifts a very strong financial pressure onto the town. There was not a formal analysis of it. I did my own analysis that looked to me like it was about a $20 million impact over 20 years, on top of a $2 to $3 million structural deficit that we're facing. And so I think that some way of phasing this, again, would be responsible given the environment that we're in. I think that, you know, while it was said that infrastructure keeps pace with development because there are fees that are required of developers, those fees are not anywhere near enough to expand a sewer capacity or water capacity. They don't deal with impacts that are more widespread than that one development, such as wildfire safety and arterial roadways. And so there will be significant financial impacts of adopting this plan, even at the RENA plus buffer level, but going beyond it will cause even more. And so I think that it would be a good idea to have our development keep pace with our infrastructure and our finances. And one way to do that is to phase the numbers and not allow them to be built all at once. And people say, okay, you know, maybe that wouldn't really happen. But think about the example. What if we got an application for 800 units on the North 40, and that wasn't the only one that we got, and we ended up with, you know, a good portion, maybe a third of the 20-year amount in 5 years. What would that mean to the way residents find their way around town? What would that mean to folks who are struggling with a 15% water shortage right now? Do we know that that our infrastructure will keep up with it? Yeah, because developments typically, they are assessed fees, but they're ones that are directly related. There has to be a nexus that can be demonstrated, and where there are more widespread impacts. And by the way, some of those were pointed out in the EIR as being unavoidable impacts that went beyond what a development would pay for.
Town manager?
Thank you. I just had another idea for council consideration. I'm hearing concern about, you know, this is, even though the state is telling us how big our arena is, you know, that's a big number. And we've already added a program that would essentially allow us to monitor our progress every 5 years. A corollary to that might be to monitor that if we hit a production of 1,000 housing units, that we essentially do an assessment at that point. My sense is that we'll get through the housing element, we'll create programs, et cetera. But one thing we could add to this general plan is an assessment when our pending projects get to 1,000 units, say, and we assess what additional changes might be needed. And given our town attorney's understanding of SB 330, we would still be within our ability to make adjustments to the general plan as needed while still retaining the housing, the full housing element plan as needed. So if we start seeing a huge ramp up of production, and I don't think we've ever had production of 1,000 units, that might be another mechanism or a safety valve for council consideration that would help all of the council and the community see that we want to be mindful about what's happening in our community. So that is just a suggestion. It's kind of a rough idea, but it's another way other than just looking at time period, but also looking at production.
That actually sounds like a pretty good idea to me. I think what Councilmember Hudas wants is some way to control it so it doesn't get too much too fast. And you've given us a feedback loop that then makes us go do something versus trying to design an automated system to limit it that I still can't see how you're going to get it through the housing element. So that seems like a good substitute idea. What do other council members think? Councilmember Badami.
Certainly sounds reasonable to me.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Yeah, I like that idea. I mean, 1,000 sounds like a lot, but that'll only be halfway through our housing element. And so we can take a look and see how quickly that's happening. I think trying to phase it on time, we can start running into problems with the housing element being 8 years and the general plan being 20 years. And we really have to do most of the housing in that first 8 years. So I like that. That would give us, at that point, that would probably put us about halfway through the housing element. We could see how long that's taking and what the impacts are and which parts of town that's hitting and what tweaks we want to make.
Would you like to make that a motion?
Sure. So I'll move to approve the suggestion by our town manager where, let's see, the council would take an assessment of where we are in housing production and if any changes need to be made once we've hit 1,000 additional units after implementing the new general plan.
Councilmember Badami.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
And the mayor votes aye, passes unanimously. Thank you for the wonderful idea, Town Manager. Now, with the hour we have left, we need to work on certifying the EIR. Councilmember Hudas would like to start us in that direction, hopefully, or do you have something else you wanted to do first?
I had another motion.
Okay.
I think that we should rename what is currently called medium density residential as high density residential, and that we should rename what we call high density residential currently in the draft plan as very high density residential.
Councilmember Badami.
I second that.
Comments from council on this one? Vice Mayor Risto.
This just seems like semantics. I think in every community and at different points, the densities are defined and they're not the same across the board. So I don't see how changing the name, I don't know. Never mind.
All right, I'll call the question. Let's start off with Councilmember Badami.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
I'll go ahead and vote aye.
Vice Mayor,
No.
I'll vote no because it doesn't matter. So it passes 3-2. I kind of agree with you that it's just semantics and a bit silly, but it passes anyway. So that motion passes. Anything else? Can we move on to EIR? Okay. Maybe staff start us off. What is our goal now for the EIR? You mentioned something that wasn't in our report. No, it's not even on that.
I can mention that. So the goal is to certify the EIR for the 2040 general plan. We did receive public comment that the proposed findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations in section 4.3 should have quoted a finding from the CEQA guidelines verbatim. And so that is an easy change to make. And so staff is proposing that we add a sentence to section 4.3 of those findings to read as follows. And this is talking about transportation impacts. And it's talking about infrastructure that's under the jurisdiction of other agencies. And so we would add the following sentence: such changes or alterations are within the responsibility and jurisdiction of another public agency and not the agency making the finding. Such changes have been adopted by such other agency or can and should be adopted by such other agency. And that way we'll be matching the finding that's required by the CEQA guidelines.
Okay. Ms. Armour?
And I will add that this would be adoption of resolution, which is attachment 5 to the staff report from the 20th. With that modification and with reference to the final EIR as updated in the staff report materials that you received for the meeting tonight.
So that's include attachment 5 from the 20th, the staff report of the 20th, and the final updated as in staff report from the 30th tonight.
The materials you received with your staff report for tonight included the errata, which provided you with the details. The updated version of the full final EIR is available online, as referenced in the original staff report and all staff report materials since then.
Okay. Council members, questions or motion? Vice Mayor Risto?
Yes, I just came, I apologize, I should have called this out before the meeting, but on page 19 of our report, or I think it's page 5 of the agenda and errata for the council, there's a reference accidentally to Beverly Hills, and it's still in there. I think there should be strike through on there. I think it should, Los Gatos should be underlined and Beverly Hills should be struck through. That was the only thing I saw that I would need to change.
Ms. Armour?
That sounds like a good edit. I am trying to pull up that detail right now just to confirm.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm giving you enough detail. I think it's on page 19 of my report, but on page 5 of the agenda and errata. Toward the bottom, it's a paragraph that's all completely underlined. And proposed project would not be expected to induce substantial economic expansion. Do you see that? And then in the 4th line of that 5-line paragraph,
Yes.
Beverly
Yes.
Hills, I think, should be struck through.
Yes, we've got the word Los Gatos in there, but we did not delete Beverly Hills. Agreed.
I thought we had a new neighborhood.
Okay, Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I had some questions on the terminology that's been used between the EIR and the general plan that seems to have some discrepancies and relates back to a central issue with the EIR, and that is there's been terminology used in staff reports that we have reasonably projected development that is likely to occur, and then it references the numbers that are then studied in the EIR. And then in another place, it says it provides a description of the total residential build out possible under the 2040 general plan. And then in yet another place, it talks about the maximum potential build out allowed under the subject plan. And in another town staff report, it says the potential growth that the town is likely to achieve. I think this is going to be a key issue, and I'm wondering if there's any change in language that's required or suggested to represent the town's intention as to whether it's potential, whether it's possible, whether it's reasonably projected. Those all seem to be different terms that have different meaning and are, I think, very important for the town to be clear about what that number entails.
Thank you, council member. We appreciate the opportunity to clarify that as stated at the beginning of the meeting, when we do talk about the 3,738 dwelling units, we are talking about a calculation of the reasonably foreseeable residential development. Even when that is used and described with slightly different terms, that is the intent. That is what that calculation is for the purposes of the EIR and the general plan.
So is there any adjustment, or will these terms exist in conflict with each other?
My understanding is that with this clarification on the record, that we can proceed with the documents as written, but I will leave that to the town attorney to.
I
respond.
agree that we don't need to modify the documents because we've made it clear that what was analyzed in the EIR was the 3738 residential units that are reasonable to anticipate.
And we've just passed a general plan that has a reduced number from that 3738 then. And so the general plan is still viable then with a reduction?
That is
Yes.
correct.
And because the final number falls within the 3738 units that were studied in the environmental impact report.
Did we make any other changes that were not part of what was studied in the density changes and everything?
The modifications to the language of the policies or other densities, all of that is within what was studied by the EIR, and so can still be considered with this environmental review.
Councilmember Hudish, your hand's still up. Did you have more?
I did. In the EIR, under in the FEIR under response 9.2, there's a statement about the purpose of the general plan. And I would just like to point out that that may have been the case in 2017 when that was written, but the general plan is more than just a guide. The general plan must result in zoning changes that are that must be implemented. They have to be consistent, and those zoning changes allow by right development. And so I just want to point out that I think that the general plan is a very different instrument than what is being described here, and I think that that's incorrect and misleading. And I also think that with regard to the FEIR, I'm sorry, the draft EIR, it misstates the buffer that's required as HCD requiring a buffer of 20 to 30%. I think that illustrates a mistake because I've read HCD documents that specify a 15% minimum buffer. And I also think that that the development then must be approved if it meets these objective standards and criteria. So I think there are errors, other errors in the EIR that haven't been addressed in the FEIR. I also think that the concerns that were raised in section 9, 9.1, 9.2, 9.3 haven't been adequately addressed in 16.2. And what I'm talking about there is the fact that the EIR has not studied what could be produced under the zoning changes that have been adopted just a few minutes ago. And so it is possible to build beyond that 3738 number. I don't know whether it's the 14,000 number or the 13,000 number, but when the EIR states that there is a maximum build out and that CEQA requires analyzing a maximum build out, and the EIR has not studied that, I think that there's some issues with the EIR as it's drafted. And I also think that the foundation for the 3738 number based on the development percentages that are in the general plan are not based on a foundation of fact. The expert opinion that was offered no detail other than there was an economist who said he thought those were appropriate numbers. But those numbers, 5%, 10%, 15%, there's no basis in fact for those, and the EIR relies on those. And so I think there are some serious flaws with the EIR as it's written.
Councilmember Sack.
Thank you. So just comments to our legal counsel. My understanding of the process is that it's perfectly reasonable for the EIR to study what we as town staff feel is what is within the assumptions that were provided. So the question, I guess, the specific question is, should a project come beyond the numbers that are studied at 3738, wouldn't that just then trigger those projects to conduct another environmental impact report because they couldn't then fall under this umbrella?
Yes, that's true. Because the benefit of a program EIR like this is that it has studied the impact of the 3738 units. But if there's a project that comes along that is not within the umbrella of what was studied in the program EIR, that project would have to have independent environmental analysis. And that doesn't necessarily mean like a new EIR, it just means that project has to have independent environmental analysis.
And if I may, a follow-up question, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
And if there is any specific project that comes in that under this program EIR that does not fall or are different, has different assumptions that that town took into account, wouldn't we also then ask for a separate either impact analysis or do some type of additional work if those assumptions were not in line with our assumptions?
Yeah, I'll defer to planning ultimately, but what I will say is that this program EIR is saying that like transportation impacts are still going to be evaluated on a project by project basis as individual development projects come in. This program EIR didn't purport to analyze the impacts of individual projects that will come in later. And so, Ms. Armour, did I state that correctly?
Correct. We will look at any future development project through what CEQA review is required. What I will say is that analysis like vehicle miles traveled is more appropriate at this regional, town-wide level rather than a project by project level, because individual projects don't really make much of a difference. And so you have already seen some of the work that our Parks and Public Works has done in terms of how they will look at VMT and getting some CEQA thresholds. And that does make use of the analysis that was included in this EIR.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes.
Your question, the SB9 projects that we haven't acknowledged in the general plan, but are going to happen, are they subject to CEQA review, and are they have they been studied in this EIR?
CEQA, and they were not studied as part of this EIR.
I think you broke up a little bit.
Okay.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, no, the SB9 projects were not studied as part of this EIR. And per the state law, SB9 projects are exempt from CEQA.
And one more question. Were Hillside Residential development, was that studied in the EIR?
There was no change to Hillside Residential, and so it was not part of the development numbers studied in the EIR.
So I don't understand that comment about there was no change. We're talking about whether housing units will be built in the Hillside that that have an environmental or could have an environmental impact. We're looking at the total picture, not just things that changed, correct? We're looking at the picture of things that could happen reasonably in the future.
So the general plan did look at what is proposed, or the EIR did look at what is proposed in the general plan. In this case, we were focusing on those areas where there was increase in residential density proposed. It may be that some of our consultants, either from Rincon or from Mintier Harnish, might be interested to add as well. It looks like George Dix with Rincon Consultants might have something to add.
Go ahead, George.
Hi, yes, thanks everyone. It's true that the 3,800 homes does not include the Hillside, the 116 units that are on the Hillside. However, we did a program EIR that didn't look at individual housing sites of where each of the 3,700 homes would go. We did a program level, and throughout the EIR, we acknowledged most of the development would occur outside of the Hillside area. There was a lot of difficulties developing the Hillside. But we do identify at a program level that some development could happen on the Hillside area of Los Gatos. And so we talk about impacts that are related to Hillside development, such as landslides, wildfire, and that at a program level. But we don't go to that level of detail in a program EIR saying that there'd be 116 lots developed on the Hillside, for example. So it's a much more broad, these types of impacts could happen if you were to build on the Hillside. So the EIR does evaluate hillside development, but separate from a specific number of units.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any further questions, Mr. Hudis? Would somebody like to make a motion to certify the EIR? Or Vice Mayor Risto?
Yes, I don't know if I have the exact wording in front of me. I'm trying to pull up this report, but I moved to certify the EIR with the addition that Town Attorney Whalen mentioned by word. There was a paragraph at the beginning that I can't exactly quote. And with the assistance of staff, was there anything else that needed to be added to this?
You want to specify attachment 5 from our staff report of June 20th and the errata, finally our EIR errata from tonight's June 30th report.
Yes, definitely. So adding attachment 5 and the addenda and errata.
And attachment 5 includes the findings of fact. So making those findings is required.
Okay, and I can make those findings.
Even adopt the resolution certifying the final EIR. And the attached findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations.
You know what, I don't have this right in front of me, so maybe someone else should make the motion because this is too awkward.
So I'll just state what the goal is. And so there's a draft resolution attached to the June 20th Town Council agenda. And so if the council so inclined, a motion could be adopt the resolution certifying the final EIR for the 2040 general plan, including Exhibit A, which is the draft findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations, along with the errata sheet.
And modification to finding as previously stated by the town attorney.
Okay, so would you like me to try to make the motion? Councilmember Sack, you're better at it.
So I move that we finalize and accept the draft final EIR with language as recommended by our town attorney.
Still not quite there, right? So it really should be that we want to adopt and certify the final EIR of the 2040 general plan, including the findings of facts and overriding considerations in attachment 5, and the update to the final EIR in our report of tonight, and including the modification as stated by the town attorney.
All I would do is append, adopt a resolution to the beginning of that.
Okay. I will append that to the beginning to that and make it, I'll make it my motion then. How's that sound? Would anybody like to second it? Vice Mayor Risto.
I'll second it.
I think I did say adopt. Councilmember Badami.
I won't be supporting the motion. I too find the EIR to be flawed. The community is owed a full analysis of what is being proposed, and upzoning was not studied to fully understand the impacts that could result. I too have concern with the accuracy of the redevelopment assumptions that were used. Don't have any factual source of information to back it up. It's based on opinion. I'm sorry, I cannot certify it.
And I will support it. I think the biggest question was upzoning the LDR, right? The single family low density residential. And with the removal of that, the IR is well within the study. The study is well within, we're well within this, what was studied. So I will be supporting the motion that I made, obviously. Any other comments? I will call the question. Councilmember Adami.
No.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
No.
Mayor votes aye. Motion passes 3-2. Would anybody like to make any other motions or comments?
We do need a motion regarding the overall general plan, and that I believe is attachment 6. With all of the changes in your progress motions for these last 2 nights.
Would somebody like to make that motion? You had said attachment 6. Oh, from the 20th.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that would be adopting a resolution included as attachment 6 to adopt the draft 2040 general plan. And then as the town manager mentioned, plus the modifications included in the progress motions at the last meeting and at this meeting.
Okay. Somebody like to make that motion? Councilmember Sayak.
Okay, I'll try it. I move that we approve the resolution contained within attachment 6, which adopts the 2040 general plan with the changes and the amendments, with the changes that were voted upon at our last meeting on the 20th and those that were adopted and voted on in today's meeting.
Okay. Vice Mayor Risto.
I'll second that motion.
Councilmember Badami.
I won't be supporting the motion. The proposed growth in this land use element, it's in conflict as written amongst council members and with the community at large. The fiscal implications, it's at conflict with the guiding principles of fiscal stability. The land use element, it contains statements and proposals that are at odds. We admit to being built out, yet propose to exceed our housing units beyond state mandated requirements. We strive for affordable housing under the pretense of missing middle, but the outcome will be market rate housing based upon costs of land and cost to develop. I thank staff, GPAC, and the Planning Commission for their hard work. Many of the proposed goals and policies are commendable throughout the draft general plan. I just can't approve the land use element and exceeding our RENA allocation.
Okay, other comments? I'll call a question. Councilmember Badami.
No.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Aye.
Councilmember Sayak.
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis.
No.
And the mayor votes aye. Motion passes 3-2. And I would also like to thank Ms. Armour for leading us through this very difficult, contentious process. It's been a long road, starting with the general plan committee and getting the inputs from the community to the GPAC, and then putting all that together and representing the GPAC to the planning commission while still collecting community input, and then representing the planning commission to the council. And, as you see, very contentious. So I especially want to thank you for leading us through this process and commend you for, a job well done. And then, of course, thank staff and the GPAC and the Planning Commission for all their work on this also. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. And I would like to start with thanking each of the members of staff who've worked on this and the town attorney as well. However, I have to sit back and ask us, how did we get here? How did we get to a point where a number of recommending bodies have recommended something that clearly the majority of the town does not want? And I will be just completely honest that I believe that this is an area where there are differences in the community and in the council. But I think that staff has to remain neutral unless selecting one direction would pose a substantial peril to the ability of government to function. And in that case, then staff should make the public and the council aware of that peril. This is not the case here. Since the outset, even before the consultants and staff enabled the GPAC and Planning Commission to deviate from council's approved direction of essentially meeting the RENA allocation, pushing for additional zoning changes to increase density, not recognizing the impact of SB 9, and not providing the recommending and deciding bodies with the total capacity that they were approving until after the fact. And every step, it resulted in increased density and higher numbers than required. So even if staff felt that our residents wanted the increased numbers, the increased density, the imposition of additional multifamily housing in low density residential areas, it's not the place of professional municipal management to promote that perceived position. And in this case, the public comment and scientific polling demonstrates that position is not the predominant position of the community, including those who support social equity and affordable housing, many of whom are minorities and recent immigrants and have chosen to live in Los Gatos because of the character of our community. And removing that character by striking words and by orienting toward growth that is unnecessary heads in that direction. And so I suggest that town management look closely at some of the practices that occurred here in terms of having open public comment, not scheduling hearings on a federal holiday, providing limited time for review by the public, and always coming down on the side of unnecessary numbers of density. As you know, we council members deeply appreciate the efforts and expertise of our excellent staff, and we listen very carefully to staff's answers and suggestions. And so I just want to leave that by thanking each and every one of you for the hard work on the general plan, but also raising the thought that there is no place for bias in professional municipal management. And so it's, I wanted to thank you, but I also wanted to make that point. So thanks.
Kind of a backhanded compliment. Councilmember Sack.
I want to just provide a different perspective. And I completely agree that our staff is here to provide an impartial analysis and professional guidance. And I think what is often forgotten is that this is not done in a vacuum. And no offense, but I think people are overestimating the power within our staff. Our staff has guidance from HCD. They have guidance from professional consultants. They have guidance from council members and advisory members of this body. The work that was done was not done in a vacuum. It was done over many years of community input. And yes, community input was not unanimous, but I think there was strong recognition given by the state, given by lawsuits that our town has already had to pay for, and professional guidance that is coming from our colleagues and from our cities around town. So I just want to make it absolutely clear that there was no manipulative underlying bias happening. It may be people's opinion, but it is of my opinion that our staff did the work that we had asked them to do, that our state has mandated for us to do, and that what the community expects with progressive forward thinking. And some of the survey results that have been shared, even with the 62%, that 62% is unhappiness with our growth. And I actually think it's unhappiness that we didn't do enough growth. If you look at some of the subsets that look at the lack of affordable housing and the lack of housing that people can grow into if they want to age in place. And so I respect that there's a difference in opinion. I respect not only within the council, but also from the community. But what I don't think is fair is to think that just because we don't agree, that there's something, I guess, manipulative in the results that got us to this point. So I think what got us here was a lot of great deliberation, and I have to commend the Planning Commission. I have to commend the GPAC and the work that they've done. For those that didn't watch the Planning Commission, I highly recommend you do. It was actually inspiring to see 7 individuals with different priorities come to consensus and ultimately reach a unanimous decision. And while it's hard, and that's the goal, always to reach unanimous, I think a lot of changes have occurred. I thank all my council members for providing 4 different perspectives. But again, I just want to make it absolutely clear to our public that it's not fair to scapegoat staff if you don't like the final result. So just because it didn't go in a way that wasn't the way you wanted it to be, doesn't mean that your voices weren't heard. There are 33,000 residents, and the document that was approved today was something that I felt crafted to what was best for our town. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish I could make speeches like that at 11:30 at night. That's Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. I can't possibly state it more eloquently than Councilmember Sayak, but I would say when I ran for council and was elected, I came here to solve problems, not to take the easy way out or to try to avoid dealing with issues. And I appreciate the strong work that our staff has done and that the GPAC and the Planning Commission have done. I also appreciate a variety of points of views. But one of the things that was brought up was the survey. And if you read the comments that people made, they were about equally split between people who didn't think we were managing growth because there was too much growth, but other people who felt there wasn't enough. And from the perspective that I talk to people of all ages, of all walks of life throughout town, I can tell you that I hear a variety of voices. They don't always agree with each other and they don't always agree with me, but I feel like a good variety of voices were heard in this process. There's no possible way we can craft a path forward that will have every single person agreeing with every single element. But I think that this general plan is strong. I think it addresses the needs that we have to move forward for the next 20 years. I think that the concerns about excessive growth, some of this is mandated by the state and we do need to comply. And in terms of mitigating it, we do have the opportunity to evaluate after 5 years and to look at the units after we've achieved 1,000, if we ever do. And there's still time for people to get involved with the housing element and see how we're going to move forward to create the housing that we need to do. But in the end, this is up to the council to make these votes, make these decisions, do the best we can. But I cannot imagine getting better support and better advice from our staff. And I will always stand up for them. I think we hold them to a high standard and they deliver. And they do this because they care about this town and they are professionals and they have done the utmost best job. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good comments. I'll keep my comments. I'll just keep short. I already thanked staff. And I understand a lot of people, the state required numbers are much larger than a lot of people in town would like to see. I think many of what those that wanted us to limit, they basically were saying limit it to what the law is requiring us. And I think we, in the end, did a pretty good job. We didn't cut it right at that boundary, but we're not that far off. It's not that precision. You know, we can't say, okay, that's the last house, stop now kind of thing. You know, we had to do a zoning over, you know, for a certain zone, and you can't hit the number exactly. So I disagree with the statement that we are far off from, it wasn't exactly stated that way, but the idea that we're far off from what people wanted. I think as a couple council members mentioned, some would like to have seen more, some would like to have seen less, but in reality, we're not very far above what's the minimum mandated. So I think we did a pretty good job. So thank you, everybody, for all your hard work. And with that, we are adjourned.